May be seated. I call upon the clerk to start with our order paper. Just for the public to be aware, we have in the gallery our public officers, our accounting officers, our heads of departments, permanent secretaries, and now our principal assistant secretaries, I believe. And I welcome you all this morning. I know it's a bit of a new format, but as the estimates reflect all of your hard work, we thought it important that you also attend just to assist, to answer any questions in committee phase. The committee phase, just so that you know, is where all members, particularly the opposition, has an opportunity to drill down, look at the figures, make inquiries, and have assistance of their own. So thank you for taking the time this morning, and I promise that we will have an effective and efficient day. So I will call upon the deputy clerk to invite the first head and first department to take their seats.
Her Excellency, the Governor, $1,021,728.
I invite the representatives. Officers, we have before us the bill for the Appropriation 2026 Act 2025, and as the Deputy Clerk called, the representatives for Her Excellency the Governor's Department are present, and I will invite the officer who's making the brief opening statement and explanatory notes.
Madam Speaker, honorable members of the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, honorable members of the House of Assembly, colleagues, listening audience, good morning. I am pleased to present the 2026 budget allocation for my team, the portfolio of Her Excellency the Governor, which includes the Royal Anguilla Police Force, the Joint Emergency Services Call Center, Financial Intelligence Unit, the House of Assembly, the Attorney General's Chambers, His Majesty's Prison, the Judiciary, the Department of Disaster Management, and the Department of Public Administration. The focus of these departments is upholding good governance, strengthening public service capacity, supporting public safety, and enhancing national resilience and disaster preparedness. For 2026, the portfolio has been allocated $50.58 million in recurrent expenditure, a 13% increase compared to 2025, along with $1.6 million in capital expenditure. These allocations are intended to support operational priorities and ensure the effective delivery of services to the people of Anguilla. The Royal Anguilla Police Force receives the largest increase, with its budget rising from $16.49 million to $20.54 million, an increase of nearly 25%. This additional funding will support recruitment of 8 new officers, 2 inspectors, 1 assistant commissioner, and 8 police officers, an expansion of the emergency response team by 8 new officers, enhanced training and professional development, and continuation of limited support from the UK Armed Response Officers. These investments strengthen operational capacity, improve service delivery, and support the development of local talent within the force. At His Majesty's Prison, rehabilitation and security remain key priorities. In 2026, new vocational and trade programs will equip inmates with practical skills to support reintegration and to reduce recidivism. An additional $200,000 in personal emoluments will support a tactical security team, enhancing safety and operational effectiveness within the facility. To support access to justice, an allocation of $128,000 for the legal assistance program, ensuring that the majority of individuals appearing before the High Court has access to legal representation. The Attorney General's chambers will also be strengthened with 4 new legal positions funded at EC $550,000 to improve the efficiency and timeliness of criminal prosecutions. The Department of Public Administration will oversee over $6 million in new and ongoing training initiatives, a 63% increase from 2025 across the public service and the wider community. This includes enhancing leadership and technical skills in addition to professional certification to better meet the evolving employment environment. The Office of the Deputy Governor will receive an additional $200,000 to continue to implement public sector reform, focusing on updating general orders, implementing a fair and equitable compensation framework, and launching a people-focused strategy to improve public service delivery. These measures aim to strengthen administrative capacity and support a professional, efficient public service. A total of $1.6 million has been allocated for capital projects in 2026. $600,000 for the Royal Anguilla Police Force, including $50,000 for tactical equipment and $550,000 to expand the Joint Emergency Services Control Room, which will support probation monitoring, coastal surveillance, and island-wide CCTV coverage. $1 million is also allocated for His Majesty's Prison, including $800,000 for CCTV installation and $200,000 to upgrade the classroom and to complete the workshop. Supporting these initiatives support rehabilitation programs. Madam Speaker, these allocations provide the resources necessary to maintain essential services, strengthen institutional capacity, and support operational effectiveness across the governor's portfolio. They are designed to ensure the departments can deliver services efficiently, safely, and effectively to the people of Anguilla. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Members, the presentation was from the representative for Her Excellency the Governor's Head of Estimates. Those estimates begin at page 19 and also form part of the schedule that is attached to the bill that is on the floor. You have before you the officers that are present, and if there are any questions during this phase, this would be an appropriate time to make such an indication. There are representatives from all of the departments that are listed in the estimates. You can so indicate. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Road North.
Good morning. Welcome to everyone joining us. I am excited about this. We get a chance to hear from the people who actually use the money. I must commend the House of Assembly, you, Madam Chair, and the clerk for getting us to this point. This is a new initiative, and I hope the people of Anguilla appreciate it because they'll now be getting a real understanding as to where exactly the money goes. Mrs. Adams, do you have a further breakdown of exactly what is going to be done with the joint emergency room? I know you said the 550K will be allocated to the joint emergency room. Exactly what are going to be the upgrades and improvements?
And just to assist as well, because it's a new process, there are other members that are present. So if there are any members on the government side that wish to interject to assist the members in understanding the numbers, please feel free to indicate as well by show of hands, and I'll call on you to assist.
I will ask the Deputy Commissioner to respond.
All right, so as it relates to the breakdown of how those funds are expected to be spent, I do not have that information with me, but I can provide this at a later date because this was basically negotiated by Commissioner Clark and other persons, so I can get that information for you at a later date, yes.
Thank you. So that's also helpful. So Mr. Richardson, the answers can be provided by writing as well at a subsequent time to help you understand that. I'll ask the deputy clerk as well to go through each head so that it will be more orderly and we can follow, and then the questions can arise therefrom. Please proceed.
Public administration, $9,646,955.
And that is on page 24 of the estimates. Hearing no questions, please proceed.
No, sorry, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Richardson, please proceed.
Me.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions as it relates to public admin. Is the public admin department fully staffed? Do you have your full complement of staff at this point in time? Your full desired complement, I should say.
We currently have 2 vacancies within the department. Deputy Director, Human Resources is one, and the second is the Human Resource Officer.
Thank you. Line item 338, professional and consultancy services. I see there's a sharp decrease from $1.4 million to 400,000. What would have been the reason for this?
The decrease is in relation to currently we're undergoing compensation reform, and the majority of those funds are going to be expensed this year, with 15 25% of it to be expensed in 2026. So the majority of the funds are going to be expensed this year.
Sorry. Line 374, sundry expenses, there's also a sharp decrease in that line item.
Yeah, that section there with the sundry expenses, that had to do with payment for, that covered elections and a cost that was coming in for elections.
Okay.
That extra one, 374 would cover that.
Okay, thanks.
Shall we move on to the
No,
other?
sorry,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
We were-
Richardson. Oh,
we
I'm
were
sorry,
just-
I'm sorry.
It's new for us too, so bear,
Oh, no, that's
bear with us
fine.
as well,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair.
Sure, sure.
Thanks. In public admin, as it relates to training, do you have in total how many persons would have applied for scholarships in the year 2025, and how many of them were successful through public admin?
That information would be available, but unfortunately we don't have it here now, but we can get it to you.
Thank you.
HM Prison, $6,004,885.
The estimates can be found on page 28, members.
Madam Chair, there was just one additional question for public admin.
Sure.
I'm using the first, so I bet, just correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not seeing your performance indicators in the budget. Can they be provided as well when?
Sure.
Okay.
They will be.
Thanks.
So we are at HM Prison, Program 101, which can be found on page 28 of the estimates.
Yeah, it's not, it just,
House of Assembly, $1,594,338.
These estimates are found on page 33.
sorry, did I miss prison?
Oh, we didn't realize that you
I
had a
didn't get the
question.
figures called. My bad. My bad. Bear with me, Madam Chair.
Deputy Clerk, we're at the prison, sure.
Good morning, Ms. Sanders, it is, right? Yes. First question, are you at
Saunders Bernard.
Sanders Bernard?
Yes,
Sanders
Saunders Bernard. Thank
Sanders
you.
Bernard. I'll write it down so I don't forget.
Please do. Thank you.
Mrs. Sanders Bernard, are you at full, do you have your full complement of staff?
Unfortunately, we don't. We are short 10 prison officers and a head of security. We recently recruited, we did an advertisement and we recruited, we were able to get 6 successful applications. However, due to the passage of Hurricane Melissa, some of those persons are unable at the moment to travel from Jamaica.
So with the new recruitment, how close will this bring you to your full complement?
We are actually short 10 prison officers, and we only had 6 successful
Successful.
candidates. So we re-advertise. I believe that is still on the government side at the moment. If not, then I believe this week would be the close-off period.
Line 316. I'm seeing that allowances went up from 7,000 to 39,000.
Yes, that would be acting allowances. That would have caused the increase due to not having the substantive superintendent in office. It opens acting appointments. For example, I am now the acting superintendent, which means that someone else has to act in my substantive position as deputy superintendent.
And also your program performance information. I'm not seeing the actuals in the budget.
Yes, you are not. I can have that formally communicated to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Disaster management. Go back. House of Assembly, $1,594,338.
Members, these estimates are found at page 33.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'm going to, just for clarity, seeing that we have the representatives for Her Majesty the Governor on the other side, Deputy Commissioner, for my clarity, what's the difference between the Assistant Commissioner, which is a new post that I think the PS mentioned, and a Deputy Commissioner?
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, is this the prison's head? You're at
No,
the
this,
prisons?
I'm using it with your permission.
Yeah, is this police or prison?
Police.
Police, okay.
Right, in terms of the positioning of those ranks, starts with the commissioner, then the deputy. Assistant commissioner sits under the deputy,
Okay.
but before superintendents of police. So it's an additional rank, and that was added for better oversight of the police service.
Okay.
Right, that's its basics. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So it's Commissioner, Deputy, then Assistant
Assistant.
Commissioner, and then.
Then superintendents. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Going to the House of Assembly. 318, allowances, members of the House. And there's a figure there, Madam Speaker, for 2026. 1,02,936. It would be helpful for folks like me, and I'm sure some in the general public, to have a breakdown of that. That allowances means what?
Okay, I'll invite the representative to speak to line item 318, House of Assembly Program 102 at page 33.
So the allowances provided for in the estimates would cover the base allowances for members of the House of Assembly, or if you call it your salary. So at the House of Assembly, we cover those for the Speaker, we cover for the Leader of the Opposition, we cover for members of the opposition, and those members of government who are not ministers. We pay their allowance as a member. It would also include, as of 2026, constituency allowances. So there's a reinstatement of the constituency allowance. And the difference between this, the allowance that's being reinstated, is it's $2,000, and it's not an instance where you pay that $2,000 and there's no accountability for it. We built in accountability mechanism, so every member is entitled to at least $2,000 EC that specifically is geared towards office space or someone to assist them with constituency work assistant. They would have to now claim with the House with the invoices provided to be able to receive that, money. In the allowances, it also includes provisions for the Commission of Standards. The House would have, a couple months back, adopted the Register of Interest in the Register of Interest and the Code of Conduct. And there's provisions in that for a Commission of Standards who would adjudicate on instances raised in terms of members' conduct. So that's included in there as well.
Yeah, it would be nice to have that breakdown, because you mentioned salaries of elected representatives and so on. I'm looking at this in the context. Let's say if you look at Program 100 or any of the other programs, you would see a permanent secretary grade A, and then you will see the quantum. The people of this country, really and truly, I'm sure for the vast majority, doesn't know whether we as parliamentarians are in grade C, D, or X. So it would be nice to have a parliamentarian, whatever you are responsible for, to have it itemized, so to speak, because I'm sure it would be alarming, and would help to negate some of the misconceptions out there that, parliamentarians are making whatever it is. I just wanted that, Madam Speaker, through you, to really be itemized, because this should be a public document, and the people, should know exactly where we are, as opposed to listening to us saying we're not making enough or whatever the case may be. So I just want that to be clear.
I do have the information if you need that information.
Oh, great. Thanks. We need it published, though, not for me.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, for the general public. Because I'm sure that 80 to 90% of the folks who may be sitting in the gallery may not know what the compensation is
a
for
member
for
of the House of Assembly as a basic allowance receives $8,846 dollars.
Okay, good.
Yes.
And we need that to be somewhere where we can find it. The other thing, Officer, you mentioned the Speaker. I didn't hear anything about the Deputy Speaker.
So the Speaker of the House of Assembly makes $11,986 a month. There are no provisions in for Deputy Speaker. As part of the ongoing Public Service Compensation Review, the part of the terms of reference for that review is to consider as well allowances paid to members of the House of Assembly. So it would be prudent to hold on until that report comes out to see what the recommendations are in there before moving ahead. Several reviews that we would have done along with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association would have recommended making provisions for the Deputy Speaker, for chairs of committees, because chairs of committees do not make any additional, don't receive any additional allowances other than the elected member allowance.
Yeah.
So there are recommendations for that, but in lieu of the ongoing review that's going on, it'd be prudent to wait. I think from the Deputy Governor's Office, it would have indicated that that report should be coming out in February.
Yeah. Well, just to place on record that this Deputy Speaker will wait for those recommendations and would expect that it would be retroactive from the day that I was appointed here as the Deputy Speaker. And I'm allowed to say what I think, how it goes. Yes. So I will wait and see exactly what it is. Because while this may be a courtroom and precedents and so on, sometimes we have to start somewhere. And if it takes me to get the Deputy Speaker's position being compensated, so be it. So I'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. And I think I've seen an indication from member for Valley North and also then member from Road North. Member from Valley North.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Proctor, I noticed that you indicated that there were the new allowances and it would be 2,000 per member, but I think the allowances don't actually start from January, if I'm not mistaken. So can you please indicate which month they start from?
They are prorated to begin from May.
From me, okay.
And this gives us a bit of leeway as well to consider any recommendations coming in from the compensation review, because it very well would speak to things like constituency allowances.
All right, thank you.
Member for Road North first, and then member for Road South after. Road South, you've given way to Road South. Go ahead.
Just as a point of clarity, that constituency allowance, if you do not claim, you do not receive it, right?
That is correct.
Okay, good, thanks.
Thanks, Madam Chair. All my questions have been answered. I just have one more though when it comes down to the hosting and entertainment. I see there's a slight increase. Care to shed some light on the reasons for that? Line item 342.
So on the hosting and entertainment, generally year by year, there's a percentage increase that finance factors in. There were no new spending requested on our part as it regards hosting and entertainment. Okay, so the PS Finance would have reminded me just now that next year is the 50th anniversary celebrations for the house, and there would have been a small amount that would have been allocated towards that. It's 10,000 EC dollars.
Recognize Mr. Hodge.
Good morning. Can I ask what is the role of the editor and publications officer that you intend to bring on in 2026?
The editor and publications officer is a new role at the House of Assembly. We would have made public announcements regarding our Hansard system, which utilizes artificial intelligence to produce transcripts for the House, as well as the launch of our new website, which should be coming online in December. So the editor publications officer would be responsible for managing that transcript process, editing the transcripts, publishing them, ensuring that the content on the website remains updated. One of our strategies is to maintain the House of Assembly as open as possible. And part of that openness is ensuring that the general public has access to the proceedings of the House, students who are doing research has access, and along those kinds of lines. And this person would ensure that there is readily available, accurate content provided to the public.
Disaster management, $938,376.
The estimates, members, can be found on page 38, program 103. Are there any questions?
Line item 336, the increase of rental of assets from 48,000 to 61,000.
That is in relation to a rent increase. The Department of Disaster Management is in rented space.
So the cost of rent have gone up for that.
Yes, for
that space.
2026, yes.
Okay. And is that department at full complement of staff?
The Department of Disaster Management has 3 vacancies. The director actually is vacant, and 2 program officers. We recently completed recruitment, and they're in for the program officers, and we're in the offer stage of the recruitment process.
Thank you.
Financial Intelligence Unit, $823,305.
The estimates appear at page 43, Program 104. You can proceed.
Police, $20,537,076.
Program 200, found at page 47. I believe some of the police questions were asked when we didn't call ahead, so you'll let me know. And also remind me, Mr. Richardson, when we get there, I know you've had questions that were submitted in advance. I don't remember which heads they fall under, so remember to flag that when we get there. Are there any questions from any members as it relates to Program 200?
Police, yes. I know PS Adams gave us the number of new officers, the number of new officers for the force. Can you just go through them again for me, please, in terms of which departments they're going to be filling if that information is available? The new recruitment
Yes.
of officers.
Right.
PS Adams did give a overview of the new office that you'll be getting a complement of new officers in the budget allocation. So we're just asking if you can give us a breakdown of those officers, the departments they're going to be filling, and how they expect, how overall it's expected to help the police force.
Right. So the majority of those officers are expected to fill vacancies in Beat and Patrol Department. These are the frontline officers, and recently we've had a shortfall of those officers to meet our operational requirements. And these additional officers are expected to support those that are there so that we can carry out our functions as police officers. There's also 2 vacancies for inspectors. They're going to go into operations also. And there's 1 vacancy for the Assistant Commissioner of Police. Now, those supervisory positions are expected to assist us in carrying out those functions, as I mentioned. And yes, so Beat and Patrol and operations, those are the positions that we fill.
Have the recruitment started already for those positions?
Yes, we just recently completed one phase of the recruitment process. We recently hired, I think, 13, 2 have since left. So that brings the total to 11. And we've also advertised for new officers. That process is started, and we're hoping by mid-January to complete the second phase of the process, which is to hire new officers into the force. Yes.
Thanks. Your professional and consultancy services jumped from 1.7 million in 2025 to 3.9 million in 2026. Substantial jump. Can you explain that to us?
Sorry, I didn't get the line item you mentioned.
Number 338.
Yes,
Professional and consultancy services.
yes. Okay. I don't have that. Right. Again, we've had a shortfall of officers in the service, and we've had to enlist the help of the UK officers to assist in the meantime while we try to bring our force up to strength. So that would explain the increase over the period in time, yeah.
Okay, so just so I can be clear,
Yes,
personal emoluments, which is going to cover the new officers you're recruiting for 2026, that has gone up by over $1 million. And so we're going to be paying $1 million for the new officers additionally. And we are going to also be paying additional $2.2 million in officers to complement along with what we're going to have already.
Right, so the plan is, once our force is up to strength and we have our numbers, is to reduce the reliance on the other officers from the UK. So at some point, the UK officers, they would, their numbers would go down as the strength of our force increases.
But that's not forecast for 2026 though, for that switch to happen.
All right, so the transition it's not going to happen. It's going to happen over a period of time. So I guess what you're seeing there is just a transitioning period when it's expected that UK officers would decline and then our strength would increase. So that would explain why you're seeing it like that.
Line item 344, training. That has gone up from 270,000 to 643,000. Is this training of the new officers recruited?
Right, so part of the plan, our recruitment plan is to have some new officers trained, meaning currently we hire officers that are already trained. So the increase would reflect our plans, our intentions to have officers trained, newly officers trained. So those are officers that would be hired from Anguilla and sent off or trained right here.
So the hope is to get local persons to join the force?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And we know policing is
Mr. Richardson, a question, not
okay.
not an editorial.
No, it's not going to be an editorial.
What's the question?
But I was going to get to the question. I was going to get to the question.
Okay, ask
So I'm
the
not going to ask you, Madam Chair, because I'm sticking to the figures, Madam Chair. But thank you for the reminder. Policing is not the most attractive job for a lot of locals. Do we have a plan if we can't recruit the numbers we need locally to go further afield?
Yes, certainly. When we get to that stage, advertising locally, if we can get the required skill, talent here, I'm sure that would be part of the plan to look elsewhere.
And finally, for me, your program performance, can I get that sent along with any other information? Or through Madam Chair, can we get that sent to us along with any other information that you're supposed to forward to us?
Yes, certainly, sir. I can have that sent to you as soon as it becomes available, sir.
And also, Mr. Richardson, you're making notes of, there are a lot of undertakings. I want to ask one of the assistant clerks to take note of the undertakings as to information that's going to be delivered. You're taking note? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Proctor.
High Court, $4,260,885.
The estimate is found on page 55, program 251, High Court. Page 51? Page 51, sorry. Any questions? We have our new registrar ready and able. If none, can we proceed?
Magistrates Court, $885,479.
Program 252, Magistrates Court, page 55.
Only question I have for the Magistrate Court, Madam Chair, is in relating to their program performance. Number of matters filed in the Magistrate Court, the estimate for 2024 was 950. We see it coming in at 515. Is there an explanation for the disparity?
Just to be clear, Madam Chair, Honorable Member, I am not the head of department for the Magistrates Court, but I do note that this would have been a spillover from when both the High Court and Magistrates Court were joined as one department. So I think that the 950 was actually in error to reflect both courts.
Attorney General's Chambers, $4,870,751.
The estimates are found for Program 300, Attorney General's Chambers, on page 59, members.
For the AG Chambers allowances, an increase of 152,000 to 514,000. From 152 to 514,000 allowances.
Good morning. That has to do with the
316.
AG position. The difficulty we had for the past for a while is actually attracting someone for the position. People had applied, but they didn't seem to be the best fit for Anguilla. And in order to attract someone who we think would be a good fit, we had to compete with the other UTs and other territories. And for that reason, these allowances went up.
So the entire increase is solely to do with the new AG?
There are also 4 new positions for 2026, namely Principal Crown Counsel Civil. There will be a litigation manager, Crown Counsel Criminal, and Senior Crown Counsel Criminal. So there are 4 new positions within the chambers to assist with prosecution of criminal cases.
I know you might not have the information at hand, but it's possible at some point in time to send the exact breakdown as to for each position, so that we can have view of it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question, and it's probably an odd question, but the acting AG spoke about a good fit for Anguilla. How do we determine that? Maybe it can be taken offline, but I would be curious to understand how do we determine what is a good fit for Anguilla and who is not a good fit for Anguilla. But it doesn't necessarily have to be answered now, but maybe offline.
Mr. Hodge?
All right. I was searching through the details, and if I'm not mistaken, we would have spoken sometime about increasing drafters. I'm not seeing any reflection in these details because
someone would be coming in January actually, a draft person. So that is beautiful. January next year.
I'm not seeing it reflected.
What is the position referred to in the PEs?
There is one vacant position within the drafting department. That is the parliamentary counsel. The person has been offered a position and will begin in January.
Not one more question, Madam Chair. Line item 320, local travel have increased from 10,000 to 18,000. Explanation.
That is tied to the new positions, and many of the positions within the chambers, we had about 4 vacancies for this year, which have been filled, and so that's the reason why we see the disparity and the increase for 2026.
I have a question. I want to go back to the question that Minister Koch asked through the chair, and the draft persons. The question was asked about, well, how is it that those additional draft persons are not reflected in the budget? Because you say that someone will start in January, but it's not reflected in the budget.
It isn't reflected as new spend because it's currently a position that has been budgeted for in 2025. So it's an existing position for which we've offered a successful candidate, and they will begin their tenure with us in January.
Ministry total.
I didn't realize we moved on. Last question, line item 338, that has gone down, which is a good thing, but just like the explanation, that's professional and consultancy services from 958,000 to 867,000.
I can answer that. What has happened is that the chambers is currently undermanned, right? So for that reason, things had to be outsourced, both on the criminal and civil side. Because we increase the numbers now, the idea is that there'll be less need to hire people to assist us because they'll be in-house. But we still put a figure because there'll be a transition. You know, so that's it.
Ministry total. HE, the governor and departments, recurrent, $50,583,778. Capital, $1,600,000.
Members, I put the question to you that the expenditure set out in Schedule 1 to the Bill for Appropriation 2026-2025, set out as Program 001R, HE the Governor, and 001D, HE the Governor, for a total spend of $50,583,778, do stand part of the schedule to this bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much for being the first test. You survived. We applaud you. Thank you so much. It was very helpful, and we look forward to the other heads of department. You are permitted to stay if you wish to stay in the gallery and observe.
The next ministry, Ministry of Finance, Labor, Immigration, and Home Affairs.
I will invite the representatives, once this side is cleared, to take their seats, and the minister relative will also sit with you, I believe, to assist where necessary.
Finance, Labor, Immigration, and Home Affairs.
Same as before, just the representatives for the heads of department and the minister will sit with you.
And Physical Planning. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry. I will call the ministry first and the departments will follow. Ministry of Finance, Labor, Immigration, Home Affairs, and Constitutional Affairs, $41,718,564. Sorry, that's $60,312,142.
Okay, my deputy is using a summarized sheet, but I want everybody to be on the same page because we've also uploaded this to the public, so there might be public persons as well following. So for the estimates, where she's read from is page 65 of the PDF document of our estimates. Are we all there? Okay, you can proceed.
Okay, good morning, everyone, Madam Chair, honorable members, and thank you for the opportunity to present the summary of the Ministry of Finance's 2026 appropriations. Now, the Ministry of Finance, we have the largest recurrent expenditure allocation. The total is around $138.87 million. That represents 37% of the government of Anguilla's total recurrent allocation, and then we have a small allocation for capital of just over $1 million. Now, that capital allocation relates to two areas. One is contingency provisioning for capital needs that might come up during the year for which there's no allocation, and then there is the centralized allocation for the procurement of furniture and equipment. So that's not simply for the Ministry of Finance's needs, but also for the wider government of Anguilla, and it operates through a request/bidding system. Now, in respect of the finance portfolio of the ministry, as it is finance and home affairs, the Ministry of Finance is the central engine of the government's financial management and stewardship across our 5 departments, which are Inland Revenue, Customs, Treasury, Internal Audit, and the General Post Office. We safeguard revenue, manage expenditure, strengthen compliance, and uphold the systems that keep government stable, credible, and functioning. Our mandate spans varied responsibilities, some of the core being revenue administration through the Internal Revenue Department and Customs, ensuring efficiency, fairness, and modernization in tax and border collections. We do expenditure and cash management through Treasury, maintaining the integrity of public funds and ensuring government meets its obligations. A key area in our core responsibilities is governance and accountability. We have the internal audit, which is focused on strengthening internal controls, risk management, and oversight across the public service. And then we have other essential public services through the post office, which continues to modernize operations and support connectivity. Now, the main allocations, we have some large allocations within the Ministry of Finance and Treasury, where a lot of centralized services are offered, particularly in Treasury. Now, in the Ministry of Finance, we did not have much new spending allocations through the new spending process. However, we did bolster, outside of the new spending process, our allocation under restricted expenditure, and that is the contingency provision for unanticipated and urgent financial needs during the year. Particularly this year, we would have centralized the allocation for potential increases in compensation for public sectors. So rather than going right now and putting pots within the respective ministries for when salaries or if salaries increase. We've centralized them in finance, and at a later stage, we will allocate them to the respective ministries when the time comes and when we know what those amounts are. So about the majority of that 40 million allocation pertains to that. We have, however, some small new spending allocation in hosting and entertainment. It's for two activities that will take place during 2026. This is the James Warner Webster Centennial Celebrations, as well as the Premier's First Girls Summit, which we hope to become an annual flagship outreach initiatives. We've also got some minor increases in allowances, which will support procurement committee allowances, supporting strengthened procurement governance and ensuring that our statutory committees are properly resourced. And then there is an increase in professional and consultancy services under the new spending process. This was related to the appointment of an officer who's going to provide additional support to ministers, cabinet, and support increased transparency through public communications. In IRD, the largest allocations support critical revenue functions, including strengthening our compliance, and obviously the majority of the allocation supports core staffing for collections, audit, and taxpayer services. There was no new spending requested, that is recurrent new spending allocated to the Inland Revenue Department directly. However, there was an allocation placed within the Department of Information Services for expanded support services for our main revenue collection system, which is the multi-tax solution. Under customs, a significant portion of the customs budget is, of course, directed to its central roles in revenue collection, trade facilitation, and border security. The new spending allocations for that department also were very minimal, which included funding for 5 additional officers, 2 senior customs officers, 3 assistant customs officers, which together expand frontline capacity, improve border control, and support revenue assurances. In the Treasury Department, allocations there focus on improving public financial management in areas such as cash management, payrolls, pensions, and payments processing. We are looking to modernize our financial systems and strengthen the department's role as the gatekeeper of payments. For 2026, as I would have mentioned earlier, Treasury, there's a lot of centralized allocations within Treasury's budgets, which do not pertain to simply Treasury, but government, central government as a whole. One of which is payment of insurance. So the bulk, all of Treasury's new spending allocation pertains to that. It's a new spending allocation of $1.3 million, and it's broken down into enhanced CRIF coverage. We've also expanded to now include the Coastal Parametric Insurance Facility, which provides rapid access to liquidity following coastal events. That's, the fisheries support program. Then we also, that's $120,000 US. We also have the malpractice insurance, which is protection for our frontline medical professionals. That's $224,000 US. And then the remainder covers the increase in motor vehicle insurance due to a larger fleet of government vehicles, which is approximately 40 additional vehicles to ensure full and adequate coverage. These enhancements reflect government's commitment to risk management, resilience, and responsible protection of public assets. Internal audits now. Generally, the allocations there support audit coverage across ministries and the implementation of our governance and risk-based audit framework. This remains a key safeguard for transparency, ensuring efficiency and value for money in the use of public funds. New spending, also very limited for us. It was pertaining to 1 additional officer for the department. This officer would have been included in the staff complement for many years, but it wasn't budgeted for. So this is now funding for the IT audit Director, which expands the department's capacity to assess digital risks, strengthen cybersecurity oversight, and ensure that government's increasing reliance on technology is supported by robust risk-based audit coverage. We also have the General Post Office. The funding for that remains essential for maintaining essential public services and supports the department's modernization program pertaining to the services offers, particularly mail handling and e-commerce services. There's no new recurrent spending for that department. However, we put in a bid in the capital budget, which we are looking earnestly to Ministry of Infrastructure to seeing delivered in 2026, which is a box truck to support our e-commerce services. And that wraps it up for my 5-minute summary of the department's allocations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harden-Hodge. Are there any questions?
Summary was so complete, we hardly have any questions.
Mr. Richardson, were your questions that were sent in related to any of these departments? I can't remember.
Yes, Madam Chair,
The written
because
ones?
I asked for most of the information, some of the information I asked for, like Ms. Harden-Hodge has included it in her.
Okay, so
her
you're not
opening
going to
remarks.
ask the
But
written,
I do
the
have,
written ones?
right,
Go
I
ahead.
won't ask them direct, but I do have a, can I start with capital budget, Ms. Harden-Hodge?
Which page of the estimates?
That's all the way back at page 204, well, start at page 202. 202, yeah.
Uh, 198.
Oh, sorry, I have a very first copy that was printed off. I'm still using it. Uh-huh. I made my notes on this one.
For those following, we are at page 198 of the estimates for Mr. Richardson's question. Please proceed.
In terms of furniture, in the budget last year, there was, I think, 400,000 for furniture and equipment. It's now 800,000. Is this an additional 800,000, or the 400,000 wasn't used and we've just looking for additional furniture? Because it's almost doubled.
Okay, thank you for that question. So the appropriation is annual, so the appropriation for 2025 will lapse in December of this year. So the 400,000 is anticipated to be spent. So this 800,000 is the total for 2026. And the reason for the increase is we're anticipating increased needs. So how that estimate is developed is departments have to submit as part of the budget process their furniture needs for the upcoming financial year. And then an estimate of the allocation is prepared based on these anticipated needs. Obviously, we're anticipating a lot of relocations of departments within the 2026 related to departments being in spaces which are inadequate to their needs or unsuitable to their needs, so they're moving to another building, as well as the upcoming development of the government office accommodation complex. And for that project, it will require departments to move. So obviously, there's going to need to be acquisition of furniture related to that process. So.
I just have a question. You said through the chair, Madam Chair. I have a question as it relates to the move. You said that existing officers will have to move to new office spaces while you're doing the government administration building. So what happens to the furniture in those existing offices?
Well, where possible, the intention is to move with those furnitures, but some of those furnitures, if you literally lift them up, they'll probably fall apart. So, we'll repurpose where we can, and there may be need if the facility, the accommodation that officers are moving towards, the layout may not be suitable. So.
For example, in MSD, the furniture that has been there since my counterpart came in many, many years ago in office. So.
But we are mindful not to be conservative in the use of public funds, of course, because once there is the need to move to the centralized government complex, there will need to be furniture for that building itself.
Chair, I have a question. Line 371, 372. I notice a 1.1 million decrease in government GST expense, and then claims against the government. I notice a $1 million increase. Page 69. So if you can explain.
Okay, I'm sorry to
details around
interrupt. I'm just reminded, because the presentation was fulsome, it went through different departments, and I forgot our sequences that we're going department by department. And I'm also reminded that this is a ministry that has 2 permanent secretaries. So I wanted to give Dr. Harrigan an opportunity. So please make a note of your question, Mr. Hodge. Dr. Harrigan is also going to make a brief opening statement as it relates to his limb, and then we go department by department. No, I can't finish this first because I think some might have overlap, or we want to go department by department. What was that, Mr. Harrigan?
Department by department might be better. We deal with finance and then we can move on to.
Is it that you're proposing that we complete finance and then we go to Dr. Harrigan's department?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, I think
everybody?
that might be-
Oh, I have consensus. We'll do it that way. Okay, so proceed with, so then Mr.
Yeah.
Hodge proceeds with his
Just-
question?
Yeah, just for knowledge, just for my knowledge and, the general public, what are the details behind government GST expense decreasing and claims against government increasing? Page 69.
Okay, thank you for that question. So government GST expense, government, where it consumes services, goods and services within Anguilla, would have had to pay the goods and services tax. In this year, August 1st, the goods and services tax was repealed and it was replaced by a goods tax and a general services tax. Government does not pay goods tax at the border. However, government does pay general services tax. We would have prepared an estimate for the reduction in that expense related to the fact that now the only taxes on consumption of the services rather than the consumption of goods inland, as that element of the tax was removed. In relation to claims against government, that is provisioning for government paying claims that are made against government within the court system and outside of the court system. That is just based on our forecast of what's on the horizon. So it's the full 3.45 million allocation has not actually been set out that this is this claim we're paying and that claim we're paying. It's just our expectation about what's upcoming in the next financial year and provisioning for such, as well as unanticipated claims which always pop up.
Madam Chair? Yes. Just to go back to the Ministry of Finance itself for a quick question. Line item 382, the foreign debt servicing is going to be going down by 2 million. Can you just explain to us all the main reason for that? Because this domestic debt servicing is only going down about 400,000.
I missed the page number, sorry.
This is 65.
60. Item? 380 and 382.
I can get the breakdown of what we're paying interest on for next year in more detail. So my answer will be very brief. But so the forecast for the domestic debt and foreign debt is based on per schedule and as well as our expectation on interest rate. Particularly CDB loans, they would have variable interest rates. So we are forecasting that the OCR will decline in 2026, which is driving the forecast for interest payments down.
In terms of the program performance for Treasury, page 67, the number of payments processed was estimated to be 23,000. It got up to 30,000. The reason for that increase, hoping good news.
So just before the department respond, we will now call Treasury's head. Yes.
Finance is what you're suggesting, right? Are you completed with the Ministry of Finance members? Okay, go ahead, call the head.
Treasury,
And these estimates are at page 69.
$55,037,104.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. To answer that, that is the increase in payments that we are spending on the new departments. The new department that came over to government is the Department of Health Services and the Department of Water Services. So all of their payments, expenditure vendors are now part of Treasury's payments, hence the increase.
Mr. Richardson, that was your question in relation to 67, page 67. I think when we were switching over to departments, the question was asked. Okay, move on.
In relation to Treasury, do you believe that you are adequately staffed to take care of the general needs of the public service?
Thank you for the question. At this point for 2025, going into 2026, I am 99% filled. I only have a vacancy for one payroll officer.
Okay.
Customs Department, $6,945,629.
These estimates for program 452 are found on page 73.
Can I start by asking Customs at some point to send us their program performance numbers?
That's not a problem.
Okay, thank you. I just have one question in terms of the rental of the assets. See there's a decrease, that's line 336. There's a decrease from 204,000 to 9,000.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
So in 2025, there would have been an increase in the allocation for rental of assets, and that was in anticipation of Customs main office acquiring a new office accommodation space. There has been various efforts within this year to advance that. We are still working that through, but we anticipate that the expenditure related to the rental of their office expense will not be borne directly through Customs. And we have centralized allocation within the Ministry of Infrastructure for office accommodation rental.
All right. Line 344. Training. I noticed there's a $7,000 increase, but we're looking at recruiting it's 5 new staff. Is all that included in the new spend with the training, the new officers and everything? Is that amount included into this? for the training of the new staff.
That's correct. So there's a rolling annual allocation for training of officers within the Customs Department, and we do believe that that allocation would be sufficient to take care of the new staff.
In relation to customs, how many staff that are already budgeted for, how many positions are not currently filled?
At the moment, we do not have 12 positions not filled. The reason for that is we would have recognized that the current recruitment process needs to be strengthened. Recent indicators would have shown some vulnerabilities in background checks and integrity. So as a result of that, we are making the necessary provisions to redefine the process in effort to reduce any potential exposure and to maintain that high level of professionalism from the Customs Department. And we are hoping to have that exercise completed at least by the first quarter of next year.
There have been some concerns from the general public that there's been quite high turnover in customs over the last few years. Does the management team within customs conduct any exit interviews? Are there any major red flags as to why the turnover has been high, and anything that the department is doing to address those concerns?
Thank you for that question. We did an assessment of the high turnover, and what we have identified is that persons would have expressed dissatisfaction in the compensation. Currently, persons are more geared towards looking for a better standard of living, so to speak. And as a result, we did make a proposition to have a compensation review specifically for law enforcement agencies, as we recognize that the job comes with a lot of risk, and persons are cognizant of that as well. So we are hopeful that once that exercise is completed, people will be more geared to remain in the department.
I have a follow-up question on in terms of that, Madam Chair. That is separate and apart from the overall government review on the compensation.
That was separate.
So let us say hypothetical, government decides to raise across the board salaries by 2%, and customs review shows that salaries should be raised by 10%. Then the customs specifically would be raised 10%.
Well, not customs. We are looking for more like prison, police,
prison,
immigration,
customs, immigration, and so forth.
law enforcement agencies.
Right. Would be raised 10% separate and apart from the 2% that government would agree to raise.
Considering the risk factors.
Yeah, I understand. I don't have no problem with it. I'm just asking the question for clarity.
Sorry, for clarity, if I may. So this is one compensation review being conducted by PwC. However, they consider certain, and public admin was there, and I hope that they could support this. They consider certain different areas such as health, such as customs, law enforcement agencies, to see whether they have any unique elements that require their different ratings or compensation elements factors. But it's still the one overarching compensation review, and it will give recommendations for the ratings of the various jobs.
And to follow up the member for Valenard question, and in terms of the staff turnover, the turnover, is it mainly a lot of the newer recruits or more seasoned staff that
It's a combination of both.
combination? Do you have your would you be able to provide us at some point in time with the number of staff?
I can do that before the week is out.
Before the, thanks.
Chair, have you started any recruitment processes for any of the vacancies at all?
Yes, we have.
So it's posted on the public at the government's website?
There were advertised already. We are just in the process of finalizing the recruitment process. We're actually on phase 1.
Okay.
Post office, $3,951,577.
The estimates for the post office program 454 can be found on page 78, members.
Madam Chair. In the program performance information, the number of products and services surveyed as part of the assessment, your estimate was 3, you completed all 3. This would be page 76. Page 76. Yeah, but
Good morning. The information is actually incorrect. Those were not our performance indicators for 2025 as presented there.
okay. So can we request that the updated information be sent to us?
I actually would have submitted to the ministry already what those should be for 2024, 2025, 2026, and asked for the update.
Okay, thanks.
We will have that sent to you and corrected.
Thanks, PSN.
Internal audit, $849,400.
The estimates for program 456 internal audit can be found at page 84.
Inland revenue, $3,541,569.
The estimates for inland revenue program 458 are at page 88, members.
I have a question or some questions in terms of the program performance information again. On page 86, number of registered taxpayers, the estimate for 2025 was 8,000, the actual is 3,363. Is there an explanation for that difference?
Yeah, sorry, I missed part of your question. Go ahead.
Sorry. Page 86, the number of registered taxpayers, we estimated in 2025 for it to be 8,000. According to this, the actuals are 3,363. Just looking for an explanation for that difference in figures.
Yeah, I can only believe that that would have been an error given, because by that time we would have, have a grasp on how much taxpayers we actually have. So that 8,000, as you can see, is way higher than what actually came in. So I believe that would have been an error.
My next question is mainly for explanation purposes, because again, looking at the performance, as it relates to property tax, there's 2 line items for property tax. There's one where the estimate was 6,300, and there was actual of 906. And then there's another one of 5532 with an actual of 1,212. I just need explanation as to why there are two items there in your performance. And again, the difference in the estimates as opposed to the actuals.
Okay, so you're looking at tax assessments versus the actuals that are there, right? Pretty much, as you are aware, we would have stopped with the residential property tax. So this number now that you're seeing with the actuals, that will be the continuation from just the actual commercial properties that existed. So while you had a larger amount, that would have been, like I said, a combination of residential properties and commercial. However, what you're seeing now is just strictly only the commercial properties that would have been.
In terms of the number of tax inspection of businesses and individuals, estimate 100, there was actually 960 done. According to what I have here, explanation for that.
And you're looking at 2025. What page you're on?
Same page 86, just a little down under the property tax.
All right, so you're asking, so below that one, I'm seeing the number of tax audits conducted. That one?
Well, I have number of tax inspections of businesses and individuals.
Okay.
100, and the actual is 960.
Right. So that was the estimate. However, we were able to increase in some of our inspections, mainly on compliance side. That would have been the audit. We conducted some more audits naturally, and compliance would have been increased, as well as this is all taxes across as well too. So it's not just no one specific tax. So property tax would have also made up part of that.
Okay.
As you see, the numbers are there, 3,
Yeah.
30, etc.
Ministry of Home Affairs.
At this point, I'm going to invite Dr. Harrigan to make his opening statement. This is the heads and the programs that now fall under his portfolio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Madam Speaker, good morning to you. Good morning to Honorable Premier, Leader of Government Business. Good morning to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Dr. Webster. And Dr. Webster, I haven't had a chance to call you, speak to you, but condolences. Yeah. And good morning to the other members of the House. Good morning to colleagues. Right. So in terms of the Ministry of Labor, Immigration, Home Affairs, Constitutional Affairs, and Information and Broadcasting, in 2026, we will be set upon a path of securing increased self-determination and autonomy in self-governance for Anguilla. A key aspect of this goal lies in the constitutional reform, which has commenced and will be furthered throughout 2026. Also critical to achieving this goal is the advancement and development of the ministry's constituent departments, which are vital to the stability of the socio-economic conditions of Anguilla. So to cap, in 2026, we focus on constitutional reform, also electoral reform, legislative reform in general, and leveraging technology to increase the efficiency within the ministry and departments. So if you look, our allocations are quite modest. So you'll find on the summary page, on page 8, you will see the allocations there for the ministry and departments. And then if you go and, I think from page 90 to for the 8 pages, you will see the global figures for the ministry and the department. So I won't get into those per se, because you can sort of just focus on the, the increased allocations. Right. So in terms of some narrative on the constitutional reform, as I indicated, a committee has been established and work has already commenced. There have been a couple meetings so far, and intention is to look at the work that was done in 2019 and previously, and also to look at what's been happening in other territories, other British territories. For example, BVI, they're looking at constitutional reform. I think TCI has the most recent changes a couple years ago. But if you're talking about internal self-government, the goals, I think most people would agree that the gold standard is still Bermuda. So in terms of funding to support that initiative, there's been a request for 214,000 EC dollars. Okay. And that will be put towards paying a stipend to folks and things like, some eats and drinks for them when they meet, and then, moving around the island and so on. If you have to engage, maybe some technical expertise as well. Okay, moving on to the staffing within the ministry. So as I said, our requests were modest. So we've been given an allocation for around $48,444 for senior clerical officer, and that person will help the ministry to discharge its functions, administrative functions, which includes also dealing with permits of permanent residence, the Anguilla Status Commission, and the labor tribunal process. Moving on to the departments. In the immigration departments, the proposed increase is for 2 immigration officers, grade immigration officers 1. So that would bring the complement to 33 last year. The allocation for that grade, that post was $2.035 million in 2025, and will go up to 2.158 million next year. So the intention is that those additional officers will help to, with the increased operations that will be happening at the airport, that they'll be dedicated to that. I should say here, on the capital side, the ministry and the Department of Immigration has made a bid for funding to implement a border management system. So you will find under the Ministry of Infrastructure and E-Government, Information Technology and E-Government Services, there's allocation there for information systems, so that will be covered there. And that the implementation of that system would help to improve efficiencies in a number of areas, and it would be cross-cutting. You'll see impacts for tourism in terms of folks, the speed at which they can be cleared. It would provide information for statistics and so on. But we can get, if you have questions, more detailed questions, one of the deputies from Labor, from Immigration is here, Mr. Hull, and he's quite familiar with the system in terms of what we are looking for. In terms of the Labor Department, the Labor Department is proposed that get some additional staff in terms of a clerical officer and 2 labor inspectors. So for the labor inspectors, looking at the allocation going from, let's say, 0.329 million in 2025 to 0.483 million in 2026. And the idea is that that will help to increase the scope of operations, in particular relating to inspections and work permit requests. On the capital side, the Labor Department has also made a bid for a labor information management system. And again, that would be subsumed under the omnibus information management systems head under Ministry of E-Government Services Information Technology. And that would also help to improve efficiency and provide data so that it could assist in better, human resource planning in the Anguilla in general. And last but certainly not least, we have the Department of Information and Broadcasting, and so their request is so modest I don't even know if I want to mention it. But on the capital side, there are some challenges, as you may know, and they're in the process of actually this year having to be relocated from the old Secretariat building into. So hopefully that will be complete, and so then next year there's some furniture and equipment that they would need to get situated over there. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Dr. Harrigan. Members, do you have any questions in respect of the presentation and the programs? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Brown.
No, sorry, madam.
I'll call the
Oh, she
figure.
did call the figures.
Okay. So Ministry of Home Affairs, $914,982.
Morning, Dr. Harrigan. Your ministry is the only time I see a underspend in any ministry. What was the reason for that underspend from 2024 to 2025? I mean, well, not your underspend, your estimate has gone down from 1.1 million in 2024 to 914,000 in 2025. Page 93. 92, sorry.
Over time, because education used to be there, so maybe they've been removing some things. Yeah, so. Okay, there you go.
So with the shift in ministry portfolio, there has been certain adjustments within all ministries. So this would reflect the removal of allocations related to lands and physical planning that's centralized in the ministry. For example, under international travel, we would have taken out monies and transferred them to the ministry with responsibility for economic development for those 2 departments. And I believe under allowances, this is compensation related to the LDCC they get paid.
Okay, and if I may add, previously a minister would have been paid from the Ministry of Home Affairs, but currently no minister is being paid, so that's why there would have been a huge decrease in the allowances allotment.
Thank you. It was awesome. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for immigration for the program. Okay.
Immigration, $4,968,073.
My question is in regards to the program performance indicators. It states number of interceptions. The forecast for 2025 was 170. The actuals were 6. So my question is, what factors were used to determine 170 as a forecast?
Good morning. Before I answer your question, just in terms of our performance indicators, we have to submit the ones that we have for. Now, I was just saying, in terms of the performance indicators for immigration, we have to resubmit those for 2026. And now, to answer your question, you ask what consideration would have been given in terms of coming up with that figure. It's a projected figure. And basically that's what I would say. We just that, and that was our figure we projected for that year.
Okay, and probably you might be able to answer, Ms. Bryan, sorry, to answer the follow-up question was, because the actual figure were 6, so what restricted the team from getting at least to 50% of the forecast?
Yes, the figure is rather low in comparison to our projection, but I know we had some difficulties in terms of having a vehicle to do the relevant patrols, and I think that there was some hindrance in that regard.
I have a question as Sarah.
Chair, one question. Mrs. Bryan, you indicated there was a challenge with the vehicle. Has that challenge been solved? Do you guys have an assigned vehicle now?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Still on the program performance, so similar to the question that Single Island White member Brian asked, your estimate in terms of passengers processed 40,000, your actuals 248,000.
That figure shows that Anguilla is a destination of choice.
Yippee.
In terms of the increased passengers arrivals at our shows, you know, it just shows that persons are coming to Anguilla.
But so the estimates were based on previous.
Yes, we use the previous arrival figures to calculate our estimates.
Madam Chair, one more for immigration. On the same program performance indicators. Jesus, I lost. Okay. Average waiting time to process passengers on arrival. The estimate was 1 minute. The actuals was 1 minute and 40 seconds. I also read that there was a system delay. Has there been any advancement to the improvement?
Yes, they have been. We actually, it was the rollover of a new system in terms of voters, and that created a number of bottlenecks, but we have thus far rectified it.
Madam Chair? Yeah. Most of these backups were they at both entry ports or mainly at one port in particular?
Mainly at the Blowing Point port.
Information and Broadcasting, $942,492.
Members, the estimates for program 467 are at page 100.
Madam Chair, sorry, one more question for immigration before we jump ahead. In terms of, my apologies, I saw you relaxed and ready to run. In terms of your staff complement.
Oh, we are almost there. We had 10 positions approved in this year's budget. We have filled 6 for pending. We're hoping to have them in place before the end of the year. So we are almost there with a full complement of staff.
Oh, great, thank you.
No, Member Richardson preempted my question. I've always been keen on ensuring that immigration had sufficient staffing. Thank you. And I'm happy to hear that.
Okay, so we'll now go to program 467, Information and Broadcasting, page 100.
Chair, Madam Chair, sorry.
Yes, sorry. One last.
No, sorry, it's fine. Are we still on immigration? Okay. Okay.
Assistant Immigration Officer. For 2025, it's 9, and we expect the same numbers for 2026. Is it enough to carry out the task?
Yes, it is.
We have our celebrity, Miss Banks, anxious for questions. Just kidding. Go ahead, member.
Good morning, all. My question, page 98, as it relates to the number of transmitter outages. I'm aware that there were some challenges with the generator at Crocus Hill that we were looking to rectify. Looking forward to the forward estimates for 2026 and 2027, I see that we still have a consistent number of outages projected. So my question is, do we expect to see the actuals lowered once the issues with the generator are fixed? Are there other factors that contribute to outages that we need to rectify?
Yes, we definitely expect to see the figures lowered with the switch at the generator, because the generator wasn't the issue, but it was the automatic switch that would sometimes need to be manually put on. I believe that has been repaired since, and so we definitely expect lower numbers.
Okay, thank you. So there are no other contributing factors that we can anticipate or mitigate against?
No.
Okay.
Unless there is an issue with the generator caused by weather, like we had earlier. Not the generator, the transmitter itself, like we had during the passage of Hurricane Erin earlier this year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? You're good? We can move on? Let's move on.
Labor, $1,407,534.
Program 468 appears at page 104 of the estimates.
Madam Chair. Starting with the program performance information. Number of work permit exemptions processed. We had an estimate of dash, which I'm assuming is 0. But the actuals was 79. An explanation, please.
That's because, good morning. That's because we've just started to track them. We weren't actually tracking the exemptions before, separate to the work permits.
Line item, it's 328. Your supplies and materials increased from 39,000 to 52,000. Is there a specific reason for the jump?
Yes, so we've just acquired a new copier, and that includes associated expense with toner, plus we would have changed out an old printer. So ink is very expensive, it's included there, as well as supplies and materials in relation to new staffing. That's included there as well.
And your local travel line item 320 increased from 18,000 to 22,000.
That would accommodate new labor inspectors and officers getting travel allowance to go out and do inspections.
And are you at full complement of staff?
No, we don't. Actually, we have currently for 2025, we have 2 vacancies, one for a labor inspector, one for a clerical officer. We have not been able to fill those vacancies because we have an issue with space in the department. There's absolutely nowhere to put them. We are presently negotiating right now with the Ministry of Home Affairs. I understand that there may be some space available or becoming available, and that will enable us to house those persons within that area.
I recognize Dr. Webster and then Member Brand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all, and thanks for coming out. I know you are very busy otherwise. Going back to the Commissioner, in terms of the statistics now for number of work permit exemptions process, I was trying to figure out why you decide to track these now, and is that because great-grandchildren now are eligible for work permit exemptions, or because they are non-belongers finishing high school who are entered into the work labor force?
Neither. It was just to make sure that we were able to differentiate those persons who were working where fees were not being paid, as opposed to work permits, those on work permits who were fee-paying persons.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is in regards to the program performance indicator. So it states here that injuries reported and addressed, there was a 50% address, and the reason is resignation occurred prior to resolution.
Yes. So there was an instance where a complaint would have come in, and we were following up on that complaint, but during the process, the person resigned from the company.
Just as a follow-up, in terms of the exemptions, because we know this going live and we want clarity out there, so we don't want to think we are just giving exemptions left, right, and center. So can you give an example of what type of work permits are exempted?
For instance, persons who have been living here, who have gone to school here for over 5 years, persons who work in the airport industry. So those sorts of things are exempted. If you're doing volunteer work, that's exempted.
A follow-up question in terms of the injuries reported and address. So for that case, since the person resigned, has the labor force followed up with them
They did not wish to pursue the matter further.
Thank you.
Ministry.
Yeah, so just if you indulge me, as you mentioned, I think at the beginning, the structure in the ministry is changing. We're having a lot of principal assistant secretaries, right? So the department heads may be more familiar, but in our case, I just wanted to, introduce our principal assistant secretary, Ms. Shamika Hodge. So she's critical in, those reform areas in terms of legislation, electoral reform. She's also a member of the Constitutional Reform Committee.
Welcome to a very familiar face. So I'm glad that you put that out there so that nobody's mad at me for inviting them. Dr. Harrigan did think it was a very good idea, and I supported it, and the clerk and staff supported it entirely, inviting for succession planning, for exposure. So welcome to the new faces, and thank you for initiating that yesterday. Unless there are any other questions, I think this is a fitting time to put this schedule to a vote. Member for Sandy Hill, I'm okay with you staying on that side. I can hear you when you indicate. Okay, your deputy has summoned you to the other side. Just permit the premier to rejoin this side of the room, and then we'll put the schedule to a vote. Okay. I put the question that Schedule 1, Program 450R, recurrent expenditure $138,870,502, and Program 450D, capital expenditure $1.1 million for the Ministry of Finance, Labor, Immigration, Home Affairs, and Constitutional Affairs do stand part of the schedule to the Appropriation Bill 2026-25. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much for your attendance. At this time, I propose that we take a 5-minute break just to switch places and to regroup. The next grouping and head will be the Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities, Housing, and IT. We stand down for 5 minutes. Our committee proceedings continue, and again, I welcome the teams from Maiku, and it is so good to see lots of familiar faces. Do we have everyone? Minister, oh yes, you're there. Okay, please proceed, Ms. Proctor.
Ministry of Infrastructure, $9,087,545.
I invite the PS. I think that will be making the opening remarks.
Madam Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished colleagues, good morning. Madam Speaker, we are pleased this morning to present our 2026 budget allocations portfolio for the Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities, Housing, Information Technology, and E-Government Services. Our ministry is committed to the rebuilding, maintenance, and development of Anguilla's public physical infrastructure using innovative and sustainable practices. There are a number of units within our ministry, Madam Speaker. We have the Aviation Compliance Unit, Housing and Construction, Public Utilities and Renewable Energy, the Anguilla Maritime Administration and Shipping Registry. Our departments include the Department of Infrastructure, Anguilla Fire and Rescue Service, the Department of Information Technology. Madam Speaker, the focus of the ministry and its entities remain consistent with the government's people-focused policy and objectives by building efficiency through renewable energy transition, project delivery, digital transformation, modernization of the public infrastructure, and project deliveries. This is reflected in our portfolio and has allocated a 2026 budget of $33.4 million to recurrent expenditure and $137 million to capital expenditure. Let's take a look at 2025, Madam Speaker. As it pertains to the year 2025, yes, we did experience some underspend on some of our thematic areas. But it's important to note, Madam Speaker, that there are a number of planned activities that's still working its way through to 2025. In addition, I must highlight that there are several large procurements that's still outstanding and waiting for returns. It would be remiss of us, Madam Speaker, if we fail to highlight our achievements in 2025. We have our Sustainable Energy Program. We have completed the National Energy Policy and Action Plan. We have completed the Integrated Resource Resilience Policy. This is the direct pathway that will lead Anguilla to renewable energy transition. We have completed our National EV Transition Plan. Airport development. We'll be completing our airport terminal in 2025. Replacement of government vehicles and road development. In the year 2026, Madam Speaker, our budget has remained focused to advance some of the key initiatives under our capital investment program. Our disaster mitigation recovery, government office accommodation, disaster mitigation recovery, $450,000. Government office accommodation, $19,500,000. Replacement of government vehicles, $3 million. This includes, Madam Speaker, key entities such as the phased replacement of the Royal Anguilla Post vehicles and some additional school buses. Road development, $14 million. This will include our pavement consultant, Madam Speaker, for our island-wide road rehabilitation project aimed at beginning the year 2026 and continued works on our ongoing roads for 2025. Development of new roads, Madam Speaker. The renovation of government assets, $5.5 million. This will include a complete system rehabilitation to the CSB, air conditioning unit, and the Royal Anguilla Police Force to improve the air quality there, and other things, Madam Speaker. The Clayton July International Airport Development, $87 million. Our Sustainable Energy Program, $400,000. Our Information Technology Equipment, $800,000. Information Technology Infrastructure, $1.3 million. I must highlight, Madam Speaker, that the ministry do intend, with regards to digital transformation, one of the highlights here would be our underground networking system to establish a fiber network, a connection from the library to the Princess Alexandra Hospital. Information system development, Madam Speaker, $4.7 million is in line with our digital transformation efforts. Fire services development, 400,000. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Infrastructure has a number of thematic areas in addition to our capital projects. So quite naturally, there's a demand for staff within the ministry and its corresponding departments. We have a number of vacancies within our ministry that is yet to be filled. Most of them are currently in the Public Service Commission process and will be advertised. We have in our 2026 commercial manager, Madam Speaker. This will bring a much needed skill to the Ministry of Infrastructure with regards to our capital projects. This person will be responsible for estimates, bill of quantities, and project delivery. The work of the ministry requires a second principal assistant secretary, Madam Speaker. That's also accommodated in our 2026 personal emoluments. Madam Speaker, these allocations provide the resources necessary to support the critical public services to be delivered by the ministry and its entities. It is specifically tailored for ensuring efficiency in public services through the provision of accommodation that provides a safe working environment for all staff and improved services that supports the well-being of the public. This is our general summary, Madam Speaker. I lay before the committee. Thanks.
Thank you, Principal Assistant Secretary Carty. Thank you. Members, we start at page 140, Ms. Proctor. 140. $139. Program 650. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker. Just a
I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers. I'm just going to allow Ms. Proctor to call the figure, and then we'll proceed with the questions.
So Ministry 65, Program 650, Ministry of Infrastructure, $9,087,545.
Thank you. You can proceed with your question, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You did mention, Mr. Carty, that replacement of government vehicles. Is that for 2025 or 2026?
We have some remaining for the year 2025, and we also have a phase approaching in 2026 for replacement.
And my reason for asking that is, after 9 months, I'm still in a rental, and if you replacing vehicles, I would think that at least one of the vehicles would have been assigned. So I don't know, what is the reason? And I'm sure I'm not the only.
We are already in receipt of the ministerial assistant vehicle. We are just waiting for the fertilizer insurance.
Insurance? What could take so long to have insurance?
So the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Ministry of Finance through Treasury are working towards coordinating these things so that when vehicles are ordered, we can work through the insurance during the time when the vehicle is being shipped to us and not when it arrives on island. So we're expecting going forward more efficiency in this area.
So should I be comforted with that? Going forward, it would be much more efficient?
Yes, thank you.
Too old to be comforted by those things. 9 months.
Good morning. Can we start with the capital, if you guys don't mind? That's okay, Madam Chair, through you. Yes, I'm in the back.
Page 198, Mr. Richardson would like to draw your attention to the capital budget on page 198. And since this is a new group in Mr. Richardson, maybe I should just repeat for those that weren't here. If there are any issues that come up that can be addressed by any members on the team, just feel free to turn your mic on, indicate by hand, and assist. Not if the question is directed to a specific person and somebody else has the answer, you can so indicate and assist as well. Just to take Mr. Carter out of the sole hot seat since he's the one that made the presentation. Go ahead.
Sorry. We're seeing 198 listed as sports. I'm just making sure.
Budget. It's at the very ending of the bundle. Not the line item, the page number. The internal page number is 198. At the bottom. You have an old copy, right? It's 198 to 200 is a capital budget. Maybe if someone has it, you can share it and go ahead and pose your question, Mr. Richardson.
Sticking with the conversation on vehicles, there's $3 million allocated for vehicles. And I'm thinking there's some misprints in this budget because I actually, in what's printed here, because I'm actually seeing school feeding program on my page. I don't know if anybody else is seeing that. Under the Ministry of Infrastructure, Communication, Utilities, capital budget. I have page 203, but sound like everybody got different page numbers. It's under replacement of government vehicles. $3 million.
Oh, sorry, if I may just add some clarity. One of the vehicles that needed to be changed under government's fleet is one of the vehicles that was being utilized for the school feeding program.
Ah, okay. All right. Okay, thanks for that clarification. That was a little fast. Okay, so we have 4 vehicles for the Royal Anguilla Police Force. There were also some vehicles in the budget of 2025 for the Royal Anguilla Police Force. Were any of them procured for the police?
Good morning. We are currently expecting 7 customized vehicles for police.
Sorry, Mr. Khanna, my apologies.
No problem. We are expecting 7 customized vehicles for police currently.
So that 7 was from the 2025 budget, or is it a combination of last year's budget and this budget? Because there's $3 million in this budget for 4 vehicles, 4 Royal, according to what I have here, for 4 vehicles for the Royal Anguilla Police Force. So you say 7 has been ordered.
Yeah, so we are expecting 7, but I'm not sure in terms of which budget those are being taken from. So I can get that information for you.
Okay. And do you have a dollar figure for those 7?
I can get that information also.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Vanderpool.
What I will add is the vehicles that we were expecting, they were procured previously, but they were expected to be here in September, but there were some delays with the manufacturer, which is why they have not arrived on Island as yet.
Just for some clarity, so then that does mean that the 7 vehicles were procured from the 2025 budget, correct? Yes, right?
Yeah, just for clarity, yes. Good. Thanks, member.
But has anybody answered the question? So just so it's recorded in the
So that means, based on what the minister said, that means that those vehicles were procured from the 2025 budget, correct? So then we can expect that additional will be procured from the 2026 budget separately.
And that would be 4, just so we all on the same page leaving here. Okay, thanks. Okay, next, school buses. There's 6 school buses in the budget, in the capital budget. That's correct?
That's correct.
Correct. Cost per bus, overall cost, you might be getting a package discount.
We'll be able to get that information back to you because we're still in the process of trying to source some of them and do some negotiations.
The previous buses also that we would have gotten is in the region of 150,000 thereabout. We are actually also pursuing EV buses also, so the prices may change, vary from that figure.
That 150,000, that's US dollars. Yes. So in everybody listening would understand. Correct.
Chair, in relation to the buses, the previous buses that were procured, the capacity is quite limited, and that is causing some challenges for us in education. So what would be the capacity of the new buses that are being required?
The capacity would be similar to the buses that we have now, the 76-seater.
So then our old buses, the same capacity as the old buses?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you answered the question on school feeding already. Phase replacement of government vehicles. Mr. Carter, I know you gave a brief answer to the single island-wide member, but how much vehicles have been ordered already under the 2025 budget, and how much is to be ordered under the 2026 budget? And if possible, if you have that information, or you can send it the cost per vehicle.
Yeah, we'll send you the cost per vehicle for the vehicles that was ordered.
And can I request the same for the box truck and the 19-seater for the sports department?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Also here on the budget, it says complete ongoing contracts and replenish GOA fleet. Is there a dollar amount to that? And if possible, can we get it separate? What is the, sorry, first of all, explain to me what's the to complete ongoing contracts. Can I get an explanation on that part first?
We are currently awaiting some specialized vehicles for the Royal Anguilla Police Force, so we're going to see that one through 2025. We do have some other vehicles that we have on our current contract that is yet to be shipped.
Okay, so again, like member for Valley South had asked, and that would have been under the 2025 budget, because this is the 2026 budget we are dealing with. So I know there's always going to be overlaps and stuff. So I just need for clarity. So at some point in time, we don't see 50 new vehicles and say, oh, them only said in the budget is going to be 10 vehicles, but here are 50 vehicles. So the ongoing, to complete the ongoing contracts, just for clarity, to complete the ongoing contracts, this is ongoing contracts for vehicles ordered under the 2025 budget.
Yes.
Okay, just for clarity. And for replenishing the GOA fleet, how much vehicles is in this allocation?
Well, if I may jump in there for some clarity, of the $3 million, we've identified the priority areas that have been identified. Whatever is left over will go into securing more vehicles because, as we'd have heard earlier in the case of immigration, there are several departments and we won't be able to meet all of the needs with this allocation. But once all of these have been done, based on what's left over, we'll go through the priorities and see how much more we can get in order to meet the needs of the fleet.
Thank you. Road development. There's a $14 million allocation for roads.
Yes, it is.
And in the breakdown, there's also land acquisition for roads. So my first question is, which roads are going to be prioritized for 2026?
The priority for 2026 are the Raphael T. Lake Road and the Albert Lake Drive, also the road from the Albert Lake Drive toward the Albina Lake Arch Comprehensive School, Campus Q. So that would be the road by Mary's Bakery.
Okay. So those are the top three priorities.
Top three, we intend to start the Sandy Hill Road as a means of reducing the underspend for this year, and that was also a priority for this present government. So we expect that works will also carry over into 2026.
So the Sandy Hill Road, but the Sandy Hill Road will be started under the 2025 budget.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have costs in for each of those roads as yet?
We have estimates. The Sandy Hill Road is still in procurement, so I would caution not to provide that estimate, not to compromise that process. We have other estimates for other road projects that we intend to procure next year. I don't want to give those figures also because we don't want to compromise the procurement process.
Okay. Fair enough. The land acquisition for the Jeremiah Gomes Highway, Sandy Hill, and Blowing Point Road, is there a cost allocated to that? Can you?
For Sandy Hill, we estimate a global figure of 70,000 EC. For the road from South Hill to Jeremiah Gomes Highway, we estimate a global figure of 1.4 million EC. And the land acquisition at Blowing Point is not known at this point. This is the road from the ferry onto the cul-de-sac road, the exit road.
So the Jeremiah Gomes Highway, that's a historical figure. That's from when the road was done. This is the new addition to the road. This is when the Jeremiah Gomes Road was built way back when I was a little boy. These are the new parts of the road, because we know the road coming from South Hill coming into. So which one is it?
So Jeremiah, it would be the road from South Hill Main Road to the Jeremiah Gomes Highway. So that link, that's the dirt road that we are currently constructing.
The Patient Gomes Road. So which road 9 is the Blowing Point exit road?
That's the road from the ferry terminal going on to a cul-de-sac road.
Oh.
It's currently unpaved.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's on the estimates. All right, thank you. We have a $5.5 million for the renovation of government assets. There's quite a number of items in here to be addressed in terms of, is it possible that we can get a breakdown of it at some point in time? I'm assuming you wouldn't have the figure for each of these here with you.
No, we wouldn't, but we could provide that information.
Okay, thank you. The information systems development, that's the vehicles and drivers license management system, the labor market information system, and the e-procurement system and the border management system. $4.7 million in capital. Is it possible to get a breakdown of each of those individually so we can have an idea where these allocations are going to?
Yes, I can provide that information in writing.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Hazel. Okay. That's for me on the capital. If you guys have anything on the capital. And just 1 second, let me get back. Also, while I am flipping back my pages, in terms of your program performance information, can we get that also forward with the rest information? Thanks.
Sure.
Give me a second.
Madam Chair, while the member is flipping pages, I see here in the renovation of government assets, the Island Harbor Community Center, and I just would like update on what that will entail, and is this planned for a new building or the current buildings on the pond in Island Harbor?
For the Island Harbor Community Center, we are still working on the feasibility of the designs to see which is more appropriate. We do have the existing building that can be renovated, but instead of limiting ourselves, considering the investment that has to go into that building, we're also considering other options to ensure that whatever investment we make is the best use of our funds.
Thank you very much. People of Island Harbor are waiting. Thank you.
Still on the capital budget. The $87 million in terms of the airport development, completion of the terminal building, land acquisition, expansion of the runway. My question, is this an overlap? Because I'm seeing land acquisition here under airport development, and under the Ministry of Economic Development, there's also an allocation for land acquisition. Is this two separate entities?
Good morning. I do not believe so. I believe the land acquisition for the airport is specifically for the airport, and they probably have something else for their acquisition process, but somebody will probably have to clarify.
Sorry, you're referring to the separate allocation for land acquisition?
Yes.
Yes, that does not pertain to the airport. The airport land acquisition is within the allocation for the airport development. Land acquisition is in relation to the acquisition of a building for government departments. And then a smaller portion of that is unallocated.
Is there a dollar amount for the land acquisition that can be disclosed publicly?
I prefer not to do so at this time.
Okay, thanks. Bear with me as I ask the ministry, because I know there was movement of departments from under the Ministry of Mike, so that might reflect some of the figures. Line item 316, allowances have gone up from...
page?
Oh, sorry, 140.
140?
140 for me.
Oh,
I know
you're
everybody
going
got
back to
different pages. Yes, sorry, I'm finished with capital.
Well, tell us the program number and then I'll tell them the page.
Program 650.
650 is found on page 139.
Keep your finger on capital. I just realized I got two unanswered questions. Just keep your finger, somebody just keep them finger on the capital page. But while we done gone over to page 650, so I'll just ask the questions here. Program 650. Line items 316, allowances, have gone up from 472,000 to $801,000.
The reason for this is there was an uplift for the maritime surveyors of 60,000 EC dollars. Also, we're paying allowance to the marine investigators and also the safety coordinator, and the remaining amounts is for the relocation of the parliament secretary, his wages, which would have been transferred from another ministry.
Taking in consideration the majority of the listening public don't speak public service, explain what you mean by an uplift?
Okay, an uplift then. So they were given a certain stipend, and now we have to bring it into what the market pays for those services. We have very limited maritime surveyors, and we want to keep their services competitive and pay them adequately.
Great, thanks. Line item 322, international travel have increased from 267,000 to 327,000.
Okay, in regard to the increase in the travel allocation, we've had a shift in portfolios. We now have the renewable energy unit, and we also have .ai under the ministry. So we have put those funds there for persons to be able to travel to conferences, etc.
My question to follow up on that, with the Ministry of Tourism moving away, would that balance out, or is it a big difference between the two?
It's a fairly big difference between the two because we actually have the two units. And we really want to focus on pushing the AI.
Okay. Noted. Under utilities, 2025 estimates were $1,187. 2026 estimate $56,000 for the utilities.
In regard to the increase in utilities, we are currently going to be housing some of the civil servants in alternative accommodation, and that is to cover the utility costs for those premises.
Which premises, where these premises are located?
As part of the government of Anguilla's accommodation efforts, we have 2 temporary rented properties where we host a number of different departments throughout the service.
Oh, rented. Oh. So then that would explain the jump for rental of assets, line item 336, from 115,000 to 1,116,000.
That's direct.
That's okay. Professional and consultancy services have increased from 1.6 million to 2.4 million.
In 2026, and keep in line with our project delivery and with regards to capital investment, capital projects, and also with regards to the digital transformation efforts, we've decided that we will need some additional skill sets. So we will look at to consult with a chief information officer and also a quantity surveyor to help with the speedy delivery of estimates and bill of quantities that will prove to move forward with regards to projects. So the addition of the chief information officer, the quantity surveyor, and consultancy and development and further development of renewable energy projects, we also solicit the renewable energy consultant.
Okay, thanks.
In addition to this, just one that was missed, there's also provision for a digital transformation consultancy. So that will look at digital transformation at a national scale, separate and apart to the chief information officer, which will be helping us maximize AI.
I asked that y'all keep your finger on capital. I'm not sure which item it is because this wasn't my questions. There's, just let me see if I find it. I have it written, but I just need to find it so we all be on the same page. One moment, Madam Chair. I don't know if anyone else have a question while I'm trying to find my information. Okay. Basically, my question is, there's CCTV phase 2. There's CCTV phase 2 for the schools and His Majesty's prison. Do we have a dollar amount for that? CCTV for school and His Majesty prison.
We do not have that exact figure, but we can get it for you.
On CCTV for the entire island, have those contracts been completed?
We are currently in discussion with the contractor to move forward. It's a very complicated contract, so we are trying to make sure we get the value for money. So the contract has been completed, so we're in the discussion phase, moving forward.
Understood. Is there a deadline that we have to have CCTV fee coverage on the entire island? Do we have it slated for 2026?
There's no hard line timeline, but as soon as we finish with our negotiations, the equipment will be ordered, and when the equipment arrives on island, we are hoping for immediate installation.
Okay. On the government, going back to government office accommodations, I'm seeing we'll to retrofit NBA West. So just for clarity, NBA West is the western building up here at what currently houses the government offices. Because I spent the first 5 days wondering why we're going to NBA West End. So NBA West would be the building, right? And we are about to retrofit it. Is there a dollar amount that we have identified for that?
We could we can send that to you in writing. Because some of those projects are still within the procurement and about to go to procurement. So we further send those in writing to you, sir.
Fully understood. Fully understood. And the RAPF expansion to include retrofit of the custody suite. So I'm assuming the custody suite will be, I love that term, custody suite. The custody suite would be enhanced. What other work is here to be done at the Royal Anguilla Police Force Station?
At the RAPF headquarters, we are constructing an office extension that will support their goals of housing the additional staff that was mentioned earlier in this discussion. So we hope to, we already started the building, but we still have a part of that in an active procurement process. So we can't speak much to the estimates and so forth.
Fully understood. And I guess that would be the answer to my next question, which is, well, next question is two parts. We are retrofitting rented office space and department relocations. That's in the same 19 million for the government office accommodation. Have we already identified the office space?
Currently, we have several office accommodation projects in the works, and they are all leading up towards the construction of centralized office accommodation for the government of Anguilla. So we are in a process where we have to retrofit the spaces that we are renting to make them fit for purpose for the departments that are being relocated there.
Okay, so contracts and everything have been signed for these rented spaces.
That is correct.
And so you say you're in the process. That means procurement has been done, work has been identified. I mean, I'm just trying to figure if I could get a dollar amount.
Well, we cannot provide a dollar amount for projects that are still being designed and developed or are in procurement phase. But there are certain contracts that have already gone through procurement that we can furnish upon request. So we can give you that information at another point in time. But there are at least 3 projects right now that are ongoing for DOA office accommodation, whether it is through rental of spaces or retrofit of existing spaces and so forth.
Okay, I would fully understand that you would not be able to give me the exact amount, but we had to do estimates to come up with the budget allocations. Can those be provided for us?
We cannot give you estimates for projects that are still in procurement or about to go to procurement.
Okay, sorry about that question because I misunderstood. I thought you said we've already passed that stage, but you can't give me because the work wasn't completed. I misunderstood the first answer. Thanks for the response. Yeah, I figured that much as well.
Department, Infrastructure, Communication and Utilities, $6,332,950, and that is Ministry 65, Program 652.
The estimates can be found on page 143 of the budget, Program 652. Any questions? Mr. Richardson, can we move on? All right, no questions on 652? Okay.
Anguilla Fire and Rescue Services, Ministry 65, Program 656, $5,405,516.
Page 148.
Well, I'll start by asking if you guys can be, when you get a chance, to send us the program performance, because I didn't see it. Is this a fire department? Is it at full complement?
No, it's not. Currently, the Anguilla Fire and Rescue Service provides a wide variety of services that are separate and independently staffed in other jurisdictions. At the moment, we provide domestic rescue and firefighting, aviation rescue and firefighting services, search and rescue services, fire prevention, code enforcement, and investigative services, as well as maintenance services. So, yes, the Anguilla Fire and Rescue Service is indeed tremendously understaffed.
Can we get a number for the tremendous?
Right. So let's use BVI as our comparison, which have domestic and aviation rescue and firefighting, as well as search and rescue services separate. So at the moment, the BVI rescue and firefighting service for the airport is at 62 members. The domestic service is at 55 members. The search and rescue division is at 18 members. So when you total that amount up, it's 100 and something persons that are required. Currently at the Anguilla Fire and Rescue Service, we are bordering around 68 members in total for all of those various divisions. So all our human resources, they are shared, basically.
Right. Through the chair. For many years, you've been lobbying for higher remuneration for the firefighters, and we know that they're severely underpaid. I know there's a public service review that's going on. Are you having a separate and apart review of the firefighter salaries as it relates to how you recruit people? Because we know what we know.
Yes, we are.
Okay. And how is that progressing? Is it also reflected in the budget to ensure that those salaries come up to a point where the type of the losses that you incur are mitigated against? Because we know that there's a significant amount of training that is required, and there's also a minimum amount of fire officers for each area to ensure that the aerodrome remains compliant and can open and accommodate flights that are coming in from further field.
So what we have done with the compensation review, we have done a comparative analysis with other fire brigades across the Caribbean region. So we are ensuring that we are on par with majority of those islands like Bermuda, Cayman Islands, Turks and Caicos. Yeah.
Thank you, but you still did not give me a figure for what you need. You give me a comparison to the BVI, but I would like, and also you have to remember, persons are listening, so persons can have a greater appreciation for the for what you're working on and how far short-staffed you are.
So ideally,
Plead your case to the public.
yes. So ideally, the minimum staffing complement for the Anguilla Fire and Rescue Service would be 115 persons.
And you're currently at
Bottom
60.
around 68, 70.
And in this year's budget, how many new persons you're getting?
We are seeking to recruit an additional 6 persons that would be added to the 5 that was supposed to be recruited this year. So that would give us a total of 11 persons.
So you said was supposed to. They
Yeah.
haven't been recruited, or it's in the process?
It's in the process. It's in the process.
Okay. So that will give you an additional 11, brings you to 79, a little closer to the 115.
Yes, we are working our way towards that number.
Okay, I got you.
To the chair, what will it take for you to get to this number? Not only to get to the number, to ensure that these persons are properly compensated, because we know what the issues are. The firefighters need to be properly compensated. And I think you also need to explain to the wider public why it is that you need to have the firefighters, even if people believe that they're just sitting there doing anything during the day.
So the Anguilla Fire and Rescue Service is an all-hazard fire and rescue department. We respond to just about any and everything except active shootings.
I'm talking about in terms of the regulatory compliant component, at the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport, and what is required in terms of the staffing complement to ensure that you remain compliant to those international regulations.
Also, each division function with minimum staffing levels. As mentioned by Mr. Hughes, the airport division in particular have a minimum requirement of 9 persons that must remain at the airport at all times. Anytime we go below those numbers, it means that the airport will now have to temporarily deplete or temporarily downgrade its operations. So this is one of the reasons why I made mention of being independently staffed, because that now provides us with more flexibility. And at the moment, we do not have that flexibility because all our human resources are shared. If we have a domestic major incident, it means that we would now have to temporarily deplete in order to deal with the circumstances of that incident on the domestic side. And God forbid, with our corridor situations that we have had in the past, exactly that had happened. We was depleted. We had to downgrade the airport in order to have firefighters assist their colleagues over at the dump site.
For the purpose of the general public, can you explain what that downgrade means in terms of aviation traffic?
Financial costs, potential litigations, amongst other things.
Including certain airlines cannot traverse the jurisdiction.
Yes.
Madam Chair, just in terms of pertinence to the ongoing conversation, if I may just add for context and for the listening public, part of the allocation for fire this year will be going into the design of a domestic fire terminal, and we are currently in talks with Chief and the members of his team to see what we need to do to eventually split the aerodrome operations from the domestic operations. Because with the switch to the new airport terminal, there's going to be further regulatory requirements that, given the situation that has already been painted by fire, is already stretched than we want to see. So that will further need more firefighters. And in terms of fire going in and out of the airport as it exists right now, that proves to be a regulatory issue for ASI. So in the 2027 budget, when we're here next year discussing that, we hope to see some further allocations, not just for some additional firefighters, but for some infrastructure to house a domestic firehouse.
Through the chair, I have another question to the chief fire officer and maybe the compliance officer as it relates to fire. And this is relating to the airport extension. We know that based on regulations that the fire station need to be within a certain proximity of the end, each end of the strip. I know when I was there, we were talking about a substation, constructing a substation for the fire. That is closer to the end of the airport, the eastern end of the airport. are these part of the plans for 2026? Are the plans for 2027, 2028? What are the plans as it relates to developing that substation?
Yes, those discussions are ongoing. The response time objective for the Anguilla Fire and Rescue Service is to reach each operational runway within 2 minutes, not exceeding 3. With the runway extension and our vehicles currently being, going up in age, the efficiency is going to be reduced. So it's going to make that response time a bit more difficult to achieve. So having a satellite station strategically positioned would allow us, that flexibility of meeting that response time objective, which is an international requirement.
But the question is that you explain why it is necessary, but I'm asking the question: are plans being made in the budget, and are there budget appropriation to ensure that those plans are realized?
Not in next year's budget, but it will be considered in the 2027 and 2028 budget. Yes.
Madam Chair, just for further clarification, with the existing runway and the proposed extension for 2026, do you foresee with the addition of the rapid intervention vehicles, which have boosted the response time, any issues with meeting this requirement?
Capacities. They do not have the capacities to facilitate the discharge media requirements that are required for a major foam producing appliance. So yes, they will be able to meet the response time, but they do not have the media capacity to satisfy the requirements at the international level.
Which means that you will have to acquire additional resources.
That simply means that we would have to strategically position the satellite station, and one of the current majors that we have would be housed at that facility.
No, I think we are good. Oh, one more question. He just in terms of your training allocation, I don't know how much new persons came on last year, but your training allocation for 11 persons is just about the same as last year. But if you do get this 11 persons, is that enough to cover? Is that enough in the budget to cover your training needs?
Yes, as we have a training facility at the Clayton Gillard International Airport, that tremendously reduce our overseas expenditure as it pertains to training and development.
I have a question. I think that this needs to be explained as well here in this forum, because we know the difficulty, the challenges with recruiting new fire officers. And I think that it's important that you explain some of the main challenges with recruitment of new fire officers.
Well, the main challenge is the job satisfaction. At the moment, the salaries are at the lowest of the scales, and the profession is inherently very dangerous, that cannot be overstated. There are no two situations that are alike when you are responding to incident. Persons have to be constantly trained, constantly lectured to, because we operate within an ever-changing environment. So we have to remain dynamic with all our executions. Little room for mistakes, because when we do make mistakes, dangerous things happen. Persons can be significantly injured.
I think it would be important to let not only this chamber know, but also the public know of the importance of the background check as it relates to the fire officer, because that is a prerequisite as well.
Yes. The background checks, they are very important, especially as it pertains to The current combined services building where we function from, being in the security restricted area, which means that those individuals gonna have to be thoroughly vetted. That process in itself has been a challenge because sometimes we would commence with a recruitment and it would take like 4-5 months before we could actually have the persons, report for duty. So that in itself have been time consuming and adding to our challenges. I'd also like to mention that starting next year, ASSE would be stipulating random drug tests. So that's going to further complicate things within our whole recruitment process.
Ministry 65, Program 65.
Can I ask one final question? And this question is to Kendall Richardson. We know in terms of the development of the airport and the whole planning of the airport, ASSE had made not a recommendation, a mandate that the drop-off for unauthorized vehicles, me dropping off my mom, would be 100 feet away from the building. If not, we have to invest in tens of millions of dollars in bomb-proof glass and so forth. And, we were debating back and forth. What plans do we have to ensure that persons who are incapacitated on a rainy day can enter the restricted area without violating the dictates of ASSE?
Thank you for that question. I guess when you said the restricted area, I guess you mean the enter the drop-off point. So the current terminal facility that we are constructing has a roadway to allow public vehicles to drive up as close as possible to that 30-meter setback, and you can drop off persons there. If there is a person with disabilities, then the ASPA, I'm sure, will be able to provide some type of assistance for that person to get from the vehicle into the building. But currently we do have provisions for you to drive up as a public vehicle to that 30-meter area. So all public vehicles can drive up and then drop off and then leave or go into the parking lot, etc.
Yeah, but the 30-meter vehicle is 100 feet. So you're driving up to 100 feet away from the terminal on a rainy day with someone in a wheelchair. And we know how ASSE operates, right? They'll find that as a finding, and then they'll give us a citation if they see that it's happening without due process.
No, sorry, but you can drive up to that 30-meter area without restrictions.
I know, that's a 30-meter, but that 30 meters is 100 feet away from the airport, from the terminal. My question is, I'm not talking about that drive, I'm talking about right to the terminal itself. What plans do we have in place to ensure that that individual can be dropped off at the terminal without violating ASSE's dictates?
Well,
I'm not talking about the 30-meter setback, because 30 meters are 100 feet. And to have someone push someone with a wheelchair 100 feet away through the rain to the terminal is my issue, and has always been our issue. But my question is that when that person is dropped off 100 feet away from the terminal, from the door of the terminal, do we have any plans in place? Because it will have a cost to it. Let's say we buy a golf cart, or we buy a little bus that is authorized to be able to take that person up from the 30 meters away, 100 feet away, to the terminal door itself. I don't know if the question is more explained by me saying that.
I completely understand your question. There is no roadway in that 30-meter setback area. The only access point there would be for emergency vehicles such as the ambulance or the fire truck if you are in an emergency situation. As it relates to being able to get a person from the vehicle to the door, I think that is more of an operational question that ASPA has to accommodate somehow, whether that be, I've seen in other airports where they have accessibility persons that actually their job is to move persons back and forth on wheelchairs. We can get fancy and get those automated wheelchairs I've seen in Miami to move persons back and forth, but it will have to be worked out from a procedural level and in order to put something in place for that specifically.
With ASSI, who have been
No,
very rigid.
there's no issue with a wheelchair going back and forth, but
Right.
the issue would be a vehicle going into that 30-meter area.
So on that November morning, with heavy torrential rains, every individual who is to catch a flight now have to get out 100 feet away. And I'm not blaming anybody to get me because we know the battle, right? Have to get out 100 feet away and run through the rain with their luggage to get to the terminal door. The answer is yes.
Madam Chair, through you, just to add a bit of completeness to the discussion that was just taking place. Due to the design of the terminal building, when we also have to consider the apron side, due to the lack of jet bridges and coverings on the arrival side when persons or passengers, disabled or not, do land in Anguilla on a wet and raining day, I guess they'll just have to take that as part of the island life, but it's something we can see how we can rectify. But based on the current designs, they will be getting wet on both ends.
To Mr. Richardson, as it relates to the question that the minister raised on the apron side, it is my understanding that jet bridges are utilized on the second floor rather than on the ground floor for airlines. Correct me if I'm wrong.
In most situations, yes. In most situations where jet bridges are used, it is a building that is multi-level, because in order for them to function properly, you have to be able to have them connected to both the arrivals area and the departures area. In our case, those areas are on opposite sides of the building. So in most situations, it is connected in an area where persons from both arrivals and departures have access to the jet bridge. So you would see in most situations a multi-level situation, correct?
One question, Chair. Are there provisions for multi-level at the airport?
So yes, the Clayton J. Law International Airport Terminal building was designed to expand east, west, and upstairs.
Ministry 65, Program 657, Department of Information Technology and E-Government Services, $12,590,746.
Members, these estimates for Program 657 are found on page 153. Are there any questions? And I'm mindful of the lunch break, and we do have to allow the officers to be refreshed as well. So I'll let you have a look and let me know.
No, I think it's going to be quick from here on in. I'll ask my two questions one time.
Okay, go ahead.
First, I'll ask for the program performance information from IT. I didn't see it in my copy of the budget. And I have one question on line 332. The maintenance services, they've increased from 7.6 million to 9.5 million. Is it possible to give us a breakdown of what's coming under these increased maintenance services?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So the maintenance head is used to basically pay the maintenance costs or the contract costs for any IT systems that the government currently uses. Can you hear me? Yeah, that the government currently uses. The bulk of that cost would have come from the MTS solution. That's the solution that Inland Revenue uses. I think before they were on they weren't even in any of the tiers. They just had basically a fault fix solution where if anything was to happen, you contact the company, they would try to resolve it within a certain amount of time. They had 3 tiers. I think it was bronze, silver, and gold. And I can just look for that information. Give me 1 sec.
Madam Chair, while Mr. Hazel looks for that information, I just want to, because I would have taken notes at different point in time. Have just a couple more questions for the micro team. And no, I was just, once he's finished, I was just letting you know while he was looking for the information.
Yeah, so the bronze would have been about 470,000 US dollars a year. Silver was 861, and the gold was 1.2. I believe they would have opted to go with the gold at least for the first year or two, because they felt that the services that would be acquired under this package would best meet the current needs of the department. But I guess the goal is to eventually lower the package so that they could minimize costs after a certain amount of time. Some of the other areas that were included, there are a couple of departments that are looking for solutions to digitize their workflows. So for example, probation was looking for a case management system. Audit was also looking for a system. And the courthouse currently uses the FTR solution, which basically converts speech to text. And they were paying for it before, but they're asking that money is to be basically transferred to IT department so that all the maintenance costs can come from one head. So I think that's where the bulk of the costs would have come in. And then also the CCTV, the implementation of the CCTV system. If that is completed this year, then I guess we would start to incur maintenance charges. So it also included that amount. And I think that was about 500,000 EC dollars.
I have a question. I have a question as it relates to IT. Internet in here today is bad. So I don't know if it's because the volume in here, but it's very slow today. But that is not a question. The question is related to the internet at the Albina Lake Arch Comprehensive School Campus Q. So a lot of the teachers at the school complain that sometimes it drops a lot and it's very slow. There must be a reason, because the internet down at the Blackberry terminal is excellent.
Well, the most logical reason for that would be the available bandwidth.
Sorry?
The available bandwidth, because right now I think Flow basically gives free internet connections to all of the schools, and I believe they cap at about 300 megabits. But if you have so many persons using it and they basically are looking at videos and other content, that is going to basically eat up very quickly.
Understand. Thank you very much.
Chair, can I ask a question? In further to that question, you said they have they give, I think, 300 and something. Are you saying that's the cap that they give, or that's the cap that they're willing to give for?
Well, I did, because I know I did receive a complaint from the chief education officer, because he was trying to run a survey at the schools, and the teachers were complaining, saying that basically the students would have to use the lab, they couldn't use their laptops because of the bottleneck. When I did mention it to the floor rep, she said that I could send an email and she'll review it with her superiors to see if they would be able to increase it.
Oh, so there is capacity to increase. It's just that they have capped it at that because they provide it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so would it be possible to for us to do an assessment to see what the difference, what the cost would be to bring it to the maximum amount? Is that possible?
Well, based on the discussions, I assume that they were going to maintain giving it for free. So I guess we could look into the cost afterwards, but if they're willing to give it to us for free, then I think we should take advantage of that.
Yes. So these questions were taken, not direct, well, pertaining to the budget. Mention was made of work at the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal. So I just needed clarity here whether this work will be undertaken by GOA or whether this work will be undertaken by ASPA and under whose budget it falls.
Yes, so the work that is currently being undertaken at the ferry terminal is being done by ASPA.
Okay, so that's all the work will be done by ASPA.
So yeah, that work is currently ongoing. And that is the pavement of the road from the ferry terminal to the cul-de-sac road.
And the works at Sandy Ground, is that ASPA, GOA, or UKG?
That is also under ASPA. So ASPA is also leading that project.
So, well, just wait until you get a mic.
Yes, so ASPA is also leading that project at Sandy Ground, which is the paving of the road from the new jetty to the main road.
Okay. PSPAS Minister, the funding for these projects from ASPA, as ASPA is a statutory body, would this be coming from ASPA's reserves, or are they acquiring a loan for these projects?
I don't want to answer definitively just in the event that I'm incorrect, but what I can say is we've recently approved ASPA's budget, and for the last year they had a surplus of in the millions. So they may be in a position to fund this themselves, but we will be in discussions with them to see if there needs to be any partnership from the government of Anguilla.
Okay. Madam Chair, that's all my questions there. But I have a request, Madam Chair. Understandably, a lot of the information in terms of the figures could not be given to us because of procurement matters. Madam Chair, I don't know if you can speak with maybe the PS for the department. Maybe figures can be shown to you. We can just come have a look if there's worries about passing on to us to see them. But the fact that we are going to be required, we are required to make a decision in Parliament on this information. If I do have concerns, if $3 million can cover 10 vehicles, it would be nice to have the breakdown of some of that information. And I know they say they can't give this information publicly, but I'm just trying to figure out if there can be some arrangement where we can still, as parliamentarians here in this honorable house, still have access to that information.
I'll undertake to make the appropriate inquiries, because I do recognize that they'll have to balance whatever their obligations are under the procurement legislation. And then also we have to bear in mind and be mindful that these are estimates as well. So, of course, we'll explore when we're offline. Thanks for your question.
Fully understand, Madam Chair.
I have one final question, Madam Chair. I noticed that a lot of the program performance information for 2025 for the ministry is incomplete. And also even some of the information for the key strategies for 2026. So even like the target information has a lot of zeros. I'm a little bit concerned about this because Michael takes a very large chunk of government's budget. And so I would imagine that the key performance indicators will play a critical role in how those monies are spent. Is there a reason why this information is so incomplete?
We have the performance estimates. We just reviewing them because of our large portfolio. We want to make sure that we capture the essence of most of our capital investments and our recurrent projects. So we do have it. We provide that information via the clerk.
So we'll accept that as an undertaking that you'll provide the performance indicators. There were other ministries that gave the same undertakings as well to all of the members, and you'll route all of those through the clerk of the House. Unless there's anything further, I know that the Premier has just rejoined, but I did have an apology for her excuse attendance for 1 hour to deal with a matter of urgency. So she's now rejoined. I will invite the two members on this side to rejoin this side, and I will put this to a vote as we did previously.
Ministry of Infrastructure, Communication, Utilities, Housing, Information Technology, and E-Government Services, recurrent total, $33,416,765. Capital, $137,050,000.
The question that Program 650R, as appears in the schedule to the bill, and Program 650D, as appears in schedule to the bill, stand as part of the schedule to the Appropriation Act 2026-2025. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The schedule stands part of the bill. At this point, I propose to take the lunch break. It is now 12:45, and I suspect we can be back for 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock would be good because we'll have, after the lunch break, the Ministry of Health, Tourism and Sports, followed by the Ministry of Social Development, Education, Library, Culture and Youth, and then the Ministry of Economic Development, Industry, Commerce and Lands. I'm going to urge the members to use the lunch break not just to eat and lollygag, but actually go through the numbers so that we could progress a bit more efficiently on our feet when the others are joining us after lunch. I made certain promises of how fast or slow we'll get through this, but we're doing very good. Thank you very much to all of the officers that took the morning off with us. We are very pleased with your attendance and equally pleased with the information that you've shared with the public. This House stands suspended until 2 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon. You may be seated. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our grouping for this afternoon. I believe this represents the Ministry of Health, Tourism, and Sports. I don't know if you were present this morning just to look at the format, but if you weren't, what we are going to do in committee stage is have the permanent secretary have a brief opening statement, and then the members on this side of the house will be able to direct questions. If there are questions directed to you, but someone else has the appropriate responses to assist, it's been a very collaborative morning. Feel free to turn your mics on, indicate by hand, and provide responses to assist. Thank you for taking the time.
Ministry of Health, Tourism, and Sports.
I recognize the permanent secretary who will give a brief opening statement.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, honorable members of the House of Assembly, colleagues, listening audience, pleasant good day. The Ministry of Health, Tourism and Sports is requesting a total of, from the 2026 appropriation, in the amount of 87,400,000, of which 72.9 million is within the recurrent framework, and the EC 14.5 million is related to capital. This new integrated portfolio brings together three engines of well-being and resilience: a stronger health system, a more sustainable tourism destination, and an interactive, healthier population through sports. Our recurrent expenditure estimate of 72.9 million keeps essential services running and protects the most vulnerable. Under Program 950, the Ministry Administration, in the amount of 22.2 million, will refund leadership, policy support, and sector oversight, as well as approximately EC 9 million in grants and contributions to key partners, and roughly 9.3 million in public assistance, including Senior Shield and statutory medical refunds that prevent health shocks from becoming financial crisis for households. Under Program 951, Health Protection, in the amount of 7.39 million, finances environmental health officers, surveillance, food safety, and vector control. This is the quiet preventative work that keeps our water, food establishments, water producing facilities, and communities safe, and positions Anguilla as a clean and trusted destination. Under Program 952, Health Services, in the amount of 41.1 million, underpins hospital and clinic operations, including staffing for nurses, physicians, paramedics, EMTs, so that frontline services are better staffed, response times improve, and quality care continues to rise. Under Program 953, in the amount of 2.1 million, this supports community and school sports, coaching, and events that keep people active, especially our youth. On the capital side, 14.5 million is focused on very practical bottlenecks. Roughly 13 million is allocated to health services development, including rehabilitation works at the Princess Alexandra Hospital and polyclinics, such as the MRI waiting area, operating theater upgrades, improvements to the ambulance bay, laundry, and psychiatric wards. Additionally, the purchase of critical diagnostic and life-saving equipment. These investments aim to improve patient flow, reduce waiting times, and give our health professionals the tools and the environment they need to deliver safer, more modern care close to home services. This also includes sourcing and the implementation of a hyperbaric decompression chamber, which is necessary given Anguilla's drive in dive tourism sector, in developing the drive tourism sector, and this facility as well will aid in decompression sickness, carbon monoxide poisoning, wound healing, and other related ailments. Additionally, approximately 1.5 million in capital is dedicated to sports facilities. This will complete the Blum Point basketball court, upgrade parks and playing fields, and support planning for the new recreation spaces in line with the national sports policy towards a healthier and happier Anguilla. These projects are designed to create safe, year-round spaces for training, competition, recreation, supporting both community wellness and the emergence of sports tourism opportunities. What is new in 2026 is the single strategic frame linking health system strength, destination competitiveness, and sports participation. On the tourism side, we are increasing the subvention to the Anguilla Tourist Board by 1.3 million to sustain strong market visibility in North America, the UK, Europe, and to deepen our digital marketing presence around the totality of the Anguilla experience. At the same time, through this ministry, we are investing in people-centered tourism, capacity building and training, guided policies, and industry standard development, ensuring that we prioritize a sustainable economy. Our focus on community-based tourism initiatives also ensures that our people are prioritized through development, opportunities, and their involvement. This approach and focuses translates into economic growth in arrivals and more employable market and stronger communities. On the health side, we align the capital program with the reforms under the National Strategic Plan for Health 2026 to 2030, expanding the clinical workforce, restoring strong nursing leadership, and scaling up financial protection through programs such as Junior Shield and the broader Medical Shield program as high-need patients, including those on dialysis. Our goal is that at least 70% of eligible persons are enrolled in health services subsidies in 2026, moving steadily towards 85 to 90% coverage over the medium term. In terms of program performance and accountability, the ministry endeavors to bring at least 5 priority policies, bills, strategies, or plans in 2026, continue audits, research, and quality improvement work, and use data more systematically in decision-making with at least 2 reports on health performance. Recurrent spending will stabilizes daily service delivery, will ensure that clinics, hospitals, tourism promotion, sports programs functions more reliably and protects households from unexpected health costs. Capital spending will clear clinical bottlenecks, upgrade critical facilities and equipment, and builds the kind of sport and recreation spaces that keep communities healthy and strengthen our island and tourism brand. Together, this 87.4 million appropriation anchors one integrated portfolio with a single purpose: to protect the well-being of our people, while enhancing Anguilla's competitiveness as a destination and expand the opportunities for our youth through sports in line with the national team, moving forward together, people, purpose, prosperity. Madam Speaker, honorable members, thanks for the opportunity to present the Ministry of Health, Tourism, and Sports 2026 appropriations in summary. Thank you.
Thank you, P.S. Hodge. Proceed.
Ministry 95, Program 950, Ministry of Health, Tourism and Sports, $22,267,695.
Members, the estimates in respect of Program 950 can be found at page 184. The floor is open for questions of the officers in respect thereof.
Chair. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. To the tourism team, I knew that a couple of years ago, one of the key projects that was supposed to be brought forward was in relation to the Wild Lake House and the usage of it for regular visits. What is the current status of the Wild Lake House?
Am I clear? Okay. The Wallblake House was closed due to Hurricane Irma in 2017. And in 2022, we made an effort to reopen the house. So minor construction and repairs were conducted on the house, and at the time, including a general deep clean, maintenance of landscaping, etc. At the time, we found it feasible to open on a booking and on an appointment basis where persons could request that they access the house through an online platform. However, we noticed that there are still some additional repairs to be conducted, so we've made a decision to close the house temporarily until those repairs are completed, and hopefully we'll revisit in early 2026, where we can actually implement a fee for entering the house as well, so some revenue will be collected.
If I could add to that as well, Minister, Chair, sorry, Speaker. The tours are dependent on tour guides as well. We want to ensure that because we have an agreement with the church to make sure that we have our tour guides trained and to deliver those tours. Because within the house, as you'd be aware, there's some artifacts, if I could put it that way, from a period that I think would be necessary to ensure that they're protected. So we want to ensure that when we do the tours, they're done by our tour guides as well. So until we have all the ducks almost in a row, we're not going to wait to get it perfect, but a bit closer to what we would like it to be as standard.
So when is the estimated time to have it operational?
Well, given that some of the work is infrastructure related, Minister, that would mean working with Maiku to deliver on those elements. We would want to look before the end of February next year. But that does not mean that tours won't be allowed in between based on what's required, if we could find a suitable volunteer to deliver.
Thank you.
Can I start with some capital-related questions? It's not a lot in the capital line, so this should be quick.
Mr. Richardson, the same capital where we were this morning, page
Yes,
198,
198.
just for their guidance. Okay, so Mr. Richardson is going to take you to page 198, which is the 2026 capital budget estimates.
Ministry of Health, Sports and Tourism is the last item. Page 200. For health services, do you have there's quite a few, I think there's about 10 or 11 items to share $13 million in the health services development. Covers quite a varied amount of stuff. Do you have an individual breakdown of these different allocations? I think that was one of the requests we have sent out in the email earlier.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Thank you for your question. Yes, we do have that
Member, not
breakdown.
Minister.
Sorry, I will have that sent to you shortly.
Okay, thanks much. And for sports development, the same thing applies. There's 5 items for the $1.5 million. Is there a breakdown? Oh, thank you. First one that came. It had to be an Adelian.
Yes, there is a breakdown for the items of the sports.
Can you share with us, please?
Yes. We have 700,000 targeted for the going basketball.
Sorry, can you go a little closer to the mic? Have the mic brought closer to you.
Yes, I would say we have 700,000 allocated for the Plum Point basketball court development. 304,000 for the fencing of the Santa Ground playing field. 83,000 for resurfacing of 2 tennis courts at the Ronald Webster Park. And then we have 400,000 allocated for the construction of the Players Pavilion.
There's planning for track development also on my breakdown. But I didn't hear you mention that. I don't know if that's enough. in everybody's, but it's on my breakdown.
According to the amount, we did put forward a request for additional funds to support track development pending the approval from World Athletics.
Okay. But it's not in this allocation of 1.5 million, though.
No, it's not.
All right. Thanks much.
Just would add as well that for the track, that actually is $1 for the racetrack. The idea is that in 2020.
For the track and field.
No. It's the racetrack that has been talked about for a number of years. So we're actually going to look forward to taking that forward. In fact, for next year, it's more likely to be the planning stages, and then as we go into 2027 to have it installed.
Madam Chair, can I follow up on a question in terms of the drag racetrack? So the drag racetrack is something that has been talked about for better part of 2 decades. And based on our knowledge, one of the major issues that prohibited the development of the drag racetrack was things such as environmental management plan, safety insurance, and so forth. Are you saying that all of these things are now completed and you can progress in terms of the development of the drag track?
Quite a lot of work has actually been done in the past, but as we look forward to further development with the runway, and again looking to acquire the lands that are possible, and also looking forward to have plans put in place of a new hospital. I think all of that would fit well into the racetrack.
Madam Chair, I don't think my question was understood. My question was relating specifically to the environmental management plan and those plans that were prerequisite to progress in the drag strip. It is my understanding as of February of 2025, the environmental management plan and a number of these different issues were not covered as yet. And then the question again is, have we now gotten to the point where we have the environmental management plan and all the prerequisites to move forward with the approval of a drag strip for Anguilla?
The point of the $1 is that it's a work in progress.
I don't think my question is understood.
It has not been done as yet, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you.
It's a work in progress, and there have been provisions made with $1 in the budget so that in future, monies could be allocated to it.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is now answered.
Just a follow-up question, member for West End. You said looking for lands, because I know previously there were lands identified in Carito. Are those lands abandoned, or we're looking for new lands?
It's always a work in progress. It's the case just like with the track and field, if that we're looking to find the best suitable place, and if the land's available, then the idea is that that's exactly what we'll do.
So,
sorry, go ahead.
No, just again seeking a little clarity. Like I said, I knew there were lands identified in Carito, so those lands are no longer looked at, or we've moved on to look at another site. Just for clarity.
If I could come in to answer this question as well. We have been prioritizing solar power, and we have been in discussion with Anguilla to be able to lease at least 40 plus acres of land in the Carito area. It may infringe on those lands, so we are looking at alternative locations, alternative sites.
Appreciate it, Minister.
Good afternoon, all. Madam Chair, through you. Seeing that we were focused on the capital, I see that there's an allowance for 3 ambulances for 2026. And I was just curious, that would bring our current stock of ambulances to a complement of what?
Walking ambulances would be the definition or the difference. It would be 7 in total
We currently have 2 down, so we'll have 2 operational.
So a total of 7 walking, but 2 will be operational at a time.
If we purchase the 3, yes. We would have 7. We currently have 2 that are working.
Okay.
Just for detail, we have some issues with the ambulances. Let me just explain. One ambulance has 146,000 miles on it currently. That ambulance actually should have been put out a long time ago. The other ambulance is almost 20 years old. Those are the 2 Ford units. We recently got 2 units from the UK, and they too also have very high mileage. So what we're looking at is replacements with brand new units, so that hopefully we'll be able to get another 10 to 20 years of service. No issue.
So, sorry, just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, the units that were just recently received from the UK, they were basically at end of life?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good to know. Well, not good, but good to know. So once we get the additional ambulances, do we have how many EMS teams can we have going out concurrently? Do we have the staffing complement to be able to fill these ambulance roles if needed?
The staffing complement as it is now, as it stands now, does not allow us to fill those roles. We are only able to run 1 team at a time. We have requested additional paramedics and EMT staff for the expectation of the ambulances coming, as well as for us to be able to do medical transports in addition to the emergencies.
And is that reflected in the 2026 budget?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you.
So just to go back, just so that the general public understands what Mr. Webster just referenced, we have approved the additional staff complement so that those ambulances can be fully operational and have the requisite staff.
And in addition to that, Madam Speaker, to have not only 1 crew, but to have at least 2 crews on any particular shift. Because at the end of the day, if there is a call in West End and there is a call in East End, and you have 1 crew, as we have now, you'll have to wait, and as a result of that, the delay and so on and so forth, and we're talking about life saving. So at any point in time, we want to have at least 2 crew, available with the ambulances so that we can respond to more than 1 call at a particular point in time. So that is one of the areas we're looking at, and it's reflected in the 2026 budget.
As it relates to land, we know that some land was identified for the possibility of getting a track and field from Wall Athletics here in the Valley Bottom. We've recently seen that it has been plowed up. So my question is that still the land that's designated for track use, or other lands have been identified?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. It continues to be the same land identified for the track.
I have a question as it relates to that, because the 2025 budget set aside funds for preliminary works there at that particular site. Are those funds carried over to 2026? Is there a new appropriation for 2026 preliminary works for that track?
Thank you. No.
Thank you.
Line item 316. I think it might be page 184 on you guys, because I realize I'm moving. Program number 950.
Page 184, the estimates.
Can we get an explanation for the increase in allowances from 49,000 in 2025 to 314,000 estimated for 2026? Line item 316.
The ministry would. Good afternoon.
Sorry about that. The ministry would have absorbed the Ministry of Tourism as well, along with ministers being paid out of this head. Previously, we were not paying a minister, and now we are paying a minister.
Thanks much.
Madam Chair, if I may, if you can indulge me to go back to the track and field, because I believe we also have, and we have the privilege in here today to have the president of the Anguilla Amateur and Athletic Association and the deputy director of sports. So it's great to have both of you in here. As it relates to the track and field, I know in 2025 there's a budgeted appropriation for the preliminary works for the track and field that ball athletics was not going to take care of, and this included sewage treatment plant, preliminary ground work and stuff like that. Just to help me to understand, Mr. Brian, though that is not in the budget for 2026. I know you said there's nothing in the budget for 2026, but just need to understand you're absolute. There's nothing for those preliminary works in the budget for 2026.
You're correct. So we're still on the hold, waiting for World Athletics to get back to us, and then from there we can proceed.
So, but World Athletics at the time was saying that these things needed to be there in order for them to consider it, and it could kind of disqualify us from that. And now we are also shortlisted for the track. You know, those countries that applied for the track already told no. So we are still in the running for the track. So this is a hypothetical. World Athletics on March 1st say track is yours. What do you do in that particular circumstance in terms of the preliminary works and the preparatory works for the track and field, given the fact that we had some things that we needed to do? Anybody can answer the question.
Yeah, Karen Hodge, PS Health, not Association. World Athletics will have to get back to with details as to start date. They haven't done that as yet. What their contribution would be in terms of what they're actually providing Anguilla with in terms of track and the schematics and so forth. We don't have that, despite asking. So that is where we are. They have, which you're aware of, that they would have indicated, yes, we were shortlisted. So we're waiting for feedback from them as to what are the next moves. They did require information. They were provided with that information as well. That is far back as February. There has been at least 3 interventions to follow up. They haven't gotten back to us as to where we are, what status is it at, and also the request has been made to them for consultation, discussion, before we could move forward in a sense, yes.
Because I do recall during the site visit and subsequent correspondence that they listed a number of things that needed to be done. And a number of different agencies were there, including planning, lands, sports, etc. And those prerequisites made a part of the budget appropriation that was reflected in 2025 budget. So I would assume that based on those discussions, those past discussions, that budget, even though it would not have been exhausted in 2025, would make a part of the 2026 budget, just in case there's a yes, even if it's $1, you know, just in case there's a yes, and then you can move things forward quickly and expeditiously. So I'm not saying what should be done, but I'm hoping that this can be looked at.
Take it on board.
Thank you.
Any other questions in respect of program 950?
Yeah, yes, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
go ahead.
Just to run through some more line items. Line item 322, international travel, increased from 121,000 to 145,000. The reason, please?
Honorable member for Rodnard, could you repeat for me, please?
Line item 322, international travel. There's an increase of 121,000 to 145,000.
if I could allow me to address that, we do have the portfolio of tourism, and that requires the minister's representation, and we're trying to ensure that we are represented at the designated regional and international forums related to sports as well.
No problem. It's okay if if the same answer applies, because I need it for my clarity, and I'm asking a lot of persons listening for needed for their clarity as well.
And
So
I do have, yes, 3 ministers to ensure that.
yeah, so nothing is wrong if the answer is the same. Professional and consultancy services, that has increased from 444,000 to 464. That's line item 338.
In that instance, again, the same would apply in reference to this, ensuring
No,
that we
I-
can provide coverage for health if they need additional support in terms of locums and whatever bills associated with that.
Great. Hosting and entertainment increased from $677 to $10,000.
Yes, considering, again, the element of tourism and sports as well is held in terms of what we have to provide.
Duly noted.
It's going to say C carry.
Just in levity, I did warn members that I am a musician and I have very good ears, so they are often very shocked when I hear from him. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Richardson?
Yes.
I'll save you, Dr. Webster. I won't tell.
The pipe was open.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm assuming grants and contributions, that increase would most likely be the tourist board subvention. Yes, okay. And can you give me the overall total subvention for the tourist board?
The tourist board contribution for 2026 is $5,534,273.
No, the tourist board subvention is found on page 16.
Yes. And also that
It's
subvention.
9 million.
And also the subvention for the Hotel and Tourism Association.
So the tourist board's one is 9 million
Right.
534. You see? Yeah. So it was 8 million. It was 8.2 million, and now it's 9.5 million.
That sounds close.
Just a question. I believe it should be 20 million to be honest, but just a question as it relates to the tourist board subvention. Because I know that the marketing for financial services is also attached to the Anguilla Tourist Board. So this increase covers the marketing aspect of the financial services. Because I do recall there was no real budget in the 2025 budget for the financial services marketing.
Yes, a portion of that amount covers the marketing for
the financial services.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. To the Minister of Tourism. Couldn't you have squeezed some more out of the Ministry of Finance for tourism?
We did have a great ask, but again, as you know, you don't always get what you ask for. You get what is available. So we got the best that was available to us. We just have to make the best use of it.
Madam Chair, I would just like to comment. I think over $1 million more this year than last year is quite impressive. I must.
I'm not being critical. I appreciate it. I have a question.
We all want the same thing. The question, we're going according to the page though. So if it's related, because I think my deputy clerk is giving me the look. I have a boss too, and we're trying to go through program by program. So make sure that it's on that page, or if it's for tourism, sport. Because I realized we discussed sports before we actually got to the listings. So yes,
That's Madam Chair, because I dealt with the capital one.
yes,
time.
I realized.
I didn't want to come back and
So I
forth.
got the look to put us back on track. So is your question on program 950, tourism? Also, because we'll get to it when we get to it. Okay. Are there any other questions on this one? Because I recognize we're an hour behind schedule, believe it or not, and we have our next group here. But that's not to rush you, but just to say, let's stick to our format from this morning. So anything else on page 184?
Yes. The public assistance gone up from 8.7 to 9.3 million. Is that an uptake in junior shield and senior shield?
Good afternoon. That will cover the implementation of universal access to dialysis for belongers in Anguilla. That's a full year of implementation.
If I could just add, before this program was implemented, there was an actuarial assessment done, and it would have given a forecast for expenditure by the year for a period, I think, of up to 10 years. And in the MTEF, we do match the amount provision annually to that amount, plus the additional junior shield and, I guess, dialysis shield? Medical shield.
Thanks, PS.
Program 951, page 188. Yes, sir, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we go to Capital on page 200. I looked at this here and I'm seeing quite a bit of stuff that I'm familiar with. And I haven't seen anything with respect to the preliminary work for the new medical complex. I am not computer savvy and I don't remember a whole lot these days, but I would want to see, Madam Speaker, speaking to the Ministry of Finance, a line item in there, even if it's $1, $200,000 or whatever it is, because I would have insisted on a number of occasions when we met with the Ministry of Finance, along with the healthcare team. Yes, it was $2 million in there with respect to that, and like everything else, Madam Speaker, they are underspent as we go through this year, and it is necessary, and I would want to know where it is within the scheme of things, and how much it is.
Anything else on program 950? Yes, no? Okay, let's go to program 951 on page 188. Ms. Proctor?
Ministry 95, Program 951, Department of Health Protection, $7,385,357.
Are there any questions in respect of Department of Health Protection's schedule program 951? Yes, member for Valley North.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am a little concerned that the program performance information for 2025 is missing both the estimates and the actuals. And then when I look at the key strategies for 2026, all the estimates for 2026, targets for 2028 and 2027 are absolutely identical. So I'm wondering if it's simply a cut and paste or something additional went into determining those targets for the following years. It's on page 86 and page 187.
Would you mind if I preface it just by saying, for those that weren't here this morning, this came up quite a bit in respect of performance indicators, and there were certain undertakings given by certain officers this morning to provide them if there were errors. So I'm only saying that so that you'll be mindful of not to spend too much time. If you spot if it's an error that has to be corrected and submitted, then you'll indicate to the minister's request.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Anna. I think I look at the budget estimate, I see on page 188, they have updated for 2026 to 2027, 2028 estimates with indicators. And furthermore, I think that those figures would you need to look at revamping those indicators. I think they are very much dense in terms of what we're looking for. Because in simple,
Sorry, you said that you think that we should review the.
no, we.
Oh, okay.
We the department, as there have been long established indicators, and to make it more simple in terms of vector population, do we have disease outbreaks? And so make it simpler to be clear in what we're doing in terms of the budget, rather than more detailed, guys. It's very difficult to compile and collate data sometimes, rather than really working at risk reduction.
So, if I could follow up on that, because health protection is very critical. We see people getting sick, and we see people dying at very young ages. And health protection covers food. If you look at the program performance information, some of the lines speak to requiring condemnation of food, health inspection of food premises, and to just have numbers copied and pasted for 3 years, identical, we would like to be furnished with actual data. So if there's need for more time to be able to furnish us with this critical information, because it also speaks to number of imported goods inspections. How often is that carried out? We need to know actual numbers, not 50 for 26, 27, and 28, right? So this is very, very vital, very important information that the public should have in terms of health protection. That label in itself, that heading, health protection, is a serious one. So, other departments were in here, and they promised to furnish us with the information. So we would hope that you could also furnish us with actual numbers, because you should have some kind of record as it relates to inspections of various sorts. So can we be furnished?
Yes, you can.
Okay, any other questions in respect of program 951?
Yes. On page 188.
Oh, okay. I thought it was you.
On page 188, 337, rental of heavy equipment and machinery. Although it's not a big increase year over year from 24 all the way to 26, we see above $4 million in rental of heavy equipment and machinery. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20 million over the last 4 years. So if we can get some breakdown as to what type of rental of heavy equipment and machinery this is.
The rental of heavy equipment relates to waste collection contracts and the disposal contract, and also for removal of derelict vehicles.
So this is household waste removal, the green bins.
The green bins and blue bins, yes.
Is it possible that a breakdown can be provided for each of those items?
Yes, they are monthly contract payments, and roughly we are going through a procurement process for 2 outstanding zones, and that information cannot be provided until that is completed.
Through you, Madam Chair, as discussed earlier, can we just follow up on that? Because we as Parliament are required to approve numbers and figures without knowing what numbers and figures are. So through you, can that information be provided?
Right, so just so everyone is aware, the clerks are taking notes of all of the undertakings given to provide information subsequent. This is not just the parliamentary opposition, it's really questions coming from other members that aren't in those departments as well. So once there's a catalog of all the undertakings to be provided, that will be sent. And I guess we can agree on timelines Okay, are there any other questions on program 951?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
You did mention that there are 2 contracts outstanding. I don't have a road south memory, but I think if I'm not mistaken, these contracts were up from in 2024. Correct me.
Yes.
And you're saying 2 are still outstanding?
Yes.
Would you care to give us a reason why these 2 are still outstanding? Because I'm assuming from 2024 to 2026, it should have been closer to. So before you do that, how much zones are there?
There are 6 zones. We have increased the number of zones from 4 zones to 6 zones.
Great. And of those 6 zones, 4 have contracts.
Yes.
And can you tell us which zone? And it might be better to tell us the areas as opposed to the zone numbers, because that might confuse us. So tell us which areas are contracted and which areas are not contracted.
It's easier for me to tell you which areas are not contracted. The western end of the island and the eastern end of the island. Western area and Island Harbor area are not contracted.
So they are...
They're in, sorry, let me clarify. They are in temporary contracts.
Okay, so go back then to my original question as why between 2024 to we are going into 2026, there aren't contracts for these 2 zones?
Procurement issues and challenges.
Procurement, we have the Ministry of Finance here with us, fortunately. Can you, Madam PS, for Ministry of Finance, where procurement falls under, is it, can you give us an update as to why these matters are taking 2 years to go through procurement?
These have taken 2 years?
Mr. Richardson just stated when I asked, the contracts were up from in 2024. We are about to go into 2026.
Right.
That's 2 years.
Right.
I've been accused of not being able to count recently.
Your counting's fine.
That's 2 years.
Right.
And I asked Mr. Richardson the reason why contracts haven't been done, and he said procurement. I know procurement fall under, and I figured since we got you here, I might as well just ask one time.
The portfolio of procurement does fall under finance, the Ministry of Finance. You are correct, but procuring entities have carriage of their own procurement. So procuring entities can speak to it themselves as to why and where they are in the process. And particularly if it's taking 2 years, they would be able to speak to that themselves.
So can you give us a bit of clarity, Mr. Richardson?
As I stated, there are procurement challenges and legal issues that delay the process. I think right now we are doing the financial stage of those procurements. Hopefully by January 2026, that should be rectified.
Not to prolong this matter, Mr. Richardson, is that the norm when we are renewing contracts of this nature, for it to take such a long time? Is it the norm?
I would say that is not norm, but if persons are challenging the procurement process, I think that is outside the procurement enter control. I think chambers will be best to answer some of those questions in terms of what legal issues we would have in the procurement documents.
The beautiful thing about the House of Parliament, we are always ready. We do have, not only we do have the PS Finance with us today, for those who are listening, we also have the AG in the House. So I'll turn to you, Mr. AG. Have you been
Wait, sir. We also have the speaker on the chair.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Explain that to me, Madam Chair. I apologize.
You get
Through you,
carried
Madam
away.
Chair. Through you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Green was actually here with his supporting team while he is representing the AG's chambers. I don't know if it's fair to put him in that position when the team isn't here. That was with him this morning as it relates to matters that are ongoing. So, I mean, I can let you ask him, but I'm not so sure if it's really fair to put him in that position as it relates to
It would
procurement.
be just to know if he have any update that
Mr.
he can
Green,
give
are you
us. It's
able
a yes
to,
or no?
if it's an ongoing legal matter, however, I'm not going to have him answer that now in this forum. But
Understood.
And from what Mr. Richardson, Mr. Ambrell Richardson indicated, it seems like it is an ongoing. Is it ongoing litigation? Mr. Richardson, you said?
It's an active procurement. This is why I don't really want to.
No, not just the procurement part. I think you indicated that there were legal challenges, and I think that's the question Mr. Richardson wanted to follow up on. But if it's active litigation, then I'm not going to allow him to ask Mr. Green about it.
I would say yes. Yeah.
You would say it's active or not active litigation. I think, Mr. Green, would you want to speak to it?
Madam Speaker, I am not close to these matters, but I'm aware that it has to do with procurement, and it seems to be. I don't want to use litigation. There's some argument, there's some dispute going along, but I'm not close to it.
So let's leave that question. We can move on. I think we can decide offline how you will deal with that question.
All right. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Does that conclude our questions on Program 951? Can we move on? Program 952.
Ministry 95, Program 952, Department of Health Services.
Page 191. Sorry.
$41,138,112.
Chair.
Yes, Minister.
Chair, I also wish to bring to the attention of the Health Services Department. This department has a significant portion of the government of Anguilla's budget, and it is very difficult to move forward through the approval process with so much of the key strategies for 2026 totally absent. No performance indicators, output indicators, or outcome indicators for such a significant budget.
Okay, I will consider that an observation. Is there a question flowing therefrom or just an observation? But I think that the point to make complete would be that, is it that there would be a request to have these also completed and submitted, or would, PS, would you want to speak to that observation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Speaker, Minister, colleagues. What you're referring to, Honorable Minister, in terms of the key strategies, I can say that it is completed, just not in the document that you have. So that is presently, I have it with me as well. So that is done and will be circulated.
Thanks. I was just about to ask Madam Speaker if we could have it included in the list of formal requests.
For me, Madam Speaker, could I pass this to the clerk? Okay. Department of Health. So you could consider
What
that
we'll work
closed.
towards is to consolidate it
Yes.
anyhow. Okay. Any other questions on Program 952? Mr. Richardson, go ahead.
Personal emoluments. No, that won't fall on that. Okay, let me rephrase my question. Yesterday in this honorable house, the senior ministerial assistant to health, he said that there's going to be a 6,000 appreciation allowance for Department of Health Services. I'm interested to know what that total will be for the entire department and which line item can I find it under. And there's also a 5% from January that will be paid to department employees. And again, what is the total and which line item I can find that under?
Member, I'm sure, as you mentioned, we're fortunate to have the PS Finance here, along with the acting health commissioner. Seeing that I am one who's not very familiar with all this, but I can give you overall, figures, so to speak. 250, approximately 250 employees in the Department of Health Services at $6,000 per person. I think it's somewhere in the region of 1.54 million. And I said appreciation allowance because of the disparity that took place over the 2024 and 2025 with the restoration of salaries for civil servants. There were some discrepancies with respect to the health authority at that particular point in time, with grades that were personal to holder and other things. And those of us who are in the healthcare field would understand that at times, in order to attract, similar to what the person who represented customs this morning spoke about, to attract and to retain nurses and certain doctors and so on, from time to time you'll have to sort of jump out of the box in order to get them. The other area that I mentioned yesterday was the 5% for the employees of the Department of Health Services as of January the 1st, 2026, until the salaries review and public service sector reform is completed. I believe that is somewhere in the region of $400,000, and it is as a result of underspent, and I don't understand what that is because there's so many needs, but it is as a result of that they will be able to satisfy that need going forward. Again, through you, Madam Speaker, we are hoping patiently, hoping and waiting for this salary review and salary regrading and public sector reform, because as was mentioned this morning, healthcare, and I think the folks from fire and customs and so on and so forth probably think that there are areas we will take out in terms of risk and so on and so forth. So that is my understanding of it. And if I'm not correct, like I said, we are here. We are blessed with the privilege of having the PS Finance here with us. Corrections if necessary, Madam PS.
No, that is fairly correct. If I could just supplement, we've seen that there's a large number of underspends for the $6,000 that is within the 2025 appropriation that will be spent this year. So we've done an exercise, the budget units did an exercise, and they come through departments to see where the underspends was in their PE estimates, and we've identified areas where we can allocate the required 1.5 million from, which on that listing includes a large underspend in the Department of Health Services itself.
I just had a quick follow-up.
Hold on 1 second, Jose. Just for the general public, so that the general public understands, PE is personal emolument. So this PE refers to positions not being filled within the public service. So essentially, there has been an underspend of positions being filled in health. So as a result of that underspend, you're able to now allocate that money to the $6,000. So you don't have to go outside of health's budget to find the $6,000.
And just to add to that, Madam Speaker, the underspend, for the most part, in the Department of Health Services wasn't as a result of not trying to fill those positions. It was as a result of the positions being advertised, applications were received, interviews were conducted until you reach the offer sheet. And there lies the issue. Number of refusals turned down. And again, that is why we are patiently awaiting to see what this is. We have to be competitive. And someone mentioned this morning, I believe the guy who was in charge of fire, about looking at the BVI and the overseas territories when it comes to the fire. I believe PwC may be looking at the rest of the overseas territories as well when it comes to healthcare and to the compensation that is there. So we are waiting, and I want to thank the folks and appreciate them for their continued efforts.
Madam Chair, through you. Just to follow on, and for the sake of the listening public who might be following at home, you'd have referenced that the Department of Health Services has around 250 employees. I was just trying to figure out if that's a ballpark or if that's actually an actual, because as the budget shows, the 2025 has the authority for 299, so that would represent a short staffing by amount about 50. And I recognize the hiring challenges due to the salaries, but I'm trying to understand is that the actual magnitude of the understaffing?
Yes, ma'am. Well, that is the actual magnitude of the understaff that we have. The actual total, I think, is close to in underspend. We are almost at $1.7 million, as the ministerial assistant indicated. Advisor, sorry. We are facing challenges where persons aren't taking the offers that we have for various reasons. Obviously, persons do their research in terms of coming to Anguilla and looking at what the cost of living is versus what their salary is versus what amenities are available. We do have a lot of persons that come from within the region. So there are some challenges to the small island that we live in that are not there on the larger islands. So public transportation, food, those type of things. So even some of it includes our immigration policy as it relates to somebody coming with their spouse and that person not being able to walk out being on a work permit. Those things are considerations as well for why persons don't come. One of the things that we've tried to do to entice persons coming in would be to actually offer for the medical practitioners private practice, but still they're not coming.
Just to add to that, through you, Madam Speaker, at present, a total of 24 vacancies across the clinical, technical, administrative, and leadership posts. So 24 plus 250 is 274 already. And if you talk about 290, it means that the new positions that we need may be up to 300. So it is a work in progress. Oh, you can't hear me. No, what I was saying is that what I have here in front of me is a total of 24 vacancies across the clinical, technical, administrative, and leadership posts within the Department of Health Services. 250 plus 24 is 274. And you did mention 290 at 299, and this is what we have, plus the vacancies that exist. And as a result of that, we have to fill these first before we even think about additional. And we need additional. So we are patiently waiting to see what the outcome of the salary regrading and the public sector reform will be.
I just have a quick follow-up to that, Madam Chair, once again through you. I guess the only concern that I would have is, and let me first of all commend the staff at the Department of Health Services for continuing to offer health services with about 18% staff shortage. That's quite significant. But if we have 250 staff at the moment out of a complement of 299, I'm looking at the approved authority for 2026, which increases that number from 299 to 321, and it has forecasted 313. So we anticipate being able to reach a full staffing complement of having 313 out of that 321. If we are struggling to get 250 out of 299, my question is, how confident are we will be able to actually achieve that staffing level, even pending the staffing review that's taken place and the additional 5% that's proposed?
5% isn't going to do it. That's why I said we are waiting the salary, the work from PwC, as well as the public service review. So we are hoping that the healthcare sector, similar to the other sectors, would be taken out of, let's say, the general civil service and looked at for what it is. So we are waiting at the end of the day. So, and I believe, hey, at the end of the day, we all are healthcare workers. There's no value, monetary value to our services, but folks need to be adequately compensated. Let me put it that way. And at the moment, the healthcare sector, the healthcare employees and professionals in Anguilla are not adequately compensated.
So my final question is, let's hope, God forbid, that this is not the case, that coming out of the PwC recommendations, that whatever is recommended is still found to be unsatisfactory, not only by the members of the Department of Health Services, but to adequately fill that recruitment gap. Do we have any plan Bs or mitigation methods as to how we'll go about addressing this issue?
Well, as a matter of fact, may have to revisit the whole operational structure of the Department of Health Services. And as I mentioned yesterday in my presentation, there are a number of senior public servants, civil servants, PSs, and I'm sure that the PS Finance will be on that committee, PS Health, and a number of others, to look at the possibilities of as to how we can approach, healthcare in general moving forward. Because there's no way that we will be able to recruit and retain healthcare professionals for the salaries that we are offering. As a matter of fact, Mr. Webster mentioned just some of the things that looked at. Maybe you're paying $10 more than one of the other independent countries, but the cost of living here in Anguilla in terms of rent, in terms of food, I mean, down in some of those islands down there that are much more fertile than us here, the fruits and vegetables that they have. He mentioned something to critical aspects as well. Let's say, for instance, you're going to offer a nurse a position. She has a family. Can her husband come and work in Anguilla and so on? You offer a physician, and I'm sure the good the member for Island Harbour, sorry, Madam Speaker, would be able to verify this. You have a doctor coming in, a surgeon for that matter. His off time, what will he do? 35 beaches, you visit all of them, and then he's going to sit home and do what? So the possibility of offering, a private practice along with, working for government, all of those things must be taken into consideration when you're trying to attract and to retain professionals. We all love Anguilla, but at the end of the day, they have families as well. So it's a process that we're going through. We're looking at it, and at the end of the day, we will wait, and we have to wait to see exactly what PwC is going to come through with, what the whole reform is going to do with in terms of salaries and so on and so forth.
Permit me to interject at this point. One of the themes that was echoed throughout all of the ministries so far is in respect of the PwC assessment. We had the PS Adams for public admin this morning, and she's graciously accepted to give us an update on where that is, since we have a full audience, but it's going to happen after the next ministry because we've delayed social development. So PS Adams will come back. I think she's gone to retrieve her information. She was very gracious to accept a very last minute request to just update us, since it is a common thread across all of the ministries. Yeah, I recognize Mr. Connor.
Just to make a statement, I think the often asked question today has been, have you got enough staff? And obviously with healthcare, we don't have enough. And I think for the general public as well, I think bear in mind if you're 24 short and you still have to offer a service as healthcare, spare thought for those who are working there. And in fact, trying to make them happier or give them the justification of honest day's pay is vitally important. So I applaud the work that they do. It's a job that many of us would choose not to do.
Okay, can we move on to program 952? Oh, 952 is health services. Okay. Are we complete with health services? 952? Okay, let's proceed.
Ministry 95, Program 953, Department of Sports, $2,104,257.
Page 196 of the estimates, I recognize a member for Valley North.
Thank you, Chair. On page 194 of the key strategies and performance indicators, I go down to the one right before the last, percentage of improvement in functioning of sports associations. I know that this continues to be a complaint generally that there's not enough functioning of sport associations. So I was very shocked to see that the actuals are 85%. So are you guys saying that 85% of all sports associations are functioning?
This was geared towards the governance and compliance with the department in terms of interaction. So that has improved tremendously.
Okay, so it's at 85%.
Yes.
That's good.
The estimates on page 196. Anything further? If not, I believe that brings us to the end of this ministry, but you'll let me know if you have anything further, because I recognize that we asked some of the sports questions out of sequence, so I don't know if you have anything left.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have one question as well about the key performance indicators on page 194. I just want some clarity about the last one, please. The last indicator says frequency rate of facility usage by sports organizations and other groups. The 2025 estimate was 60%. The 2025 actual says 100%, but the reason says not enough space. So I just wanted full clarity.
Oh, that was just to indicate that we do not have enough facilities in terms of all of the sporting disciplines for usage, practices, trainings, because we're able to judge that by the number of bookings we receive. And we also accommodate, football is also played on other spaces. So we actually do not have enough playing spaces for the various sports.
Thank you. So at this time, I will invite the members of the House to take their seats on the other side for the vote. You can stay in place until we finish voting, and you'll switch over. Mr. Connor, this was your idea, that you'll go back to your space. We'll put it to the vote, and then we can disband. And while you move over, I just want to thank the officers again for your contributions. They've been very helpful and well received. You are going to get a catalog of undertakings that you've given, but that's really to assist our parliamentarians as they continue to do their work. At this stage, I put the question to you that Schedule 1 of the Appropriation 2026 Act 2025, insofar as it references Program 950R, Ministry of Health, Tourism, and Sports, and 950D, under the capital expenditures, stand as part of the schedule to this bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. These form part of the bill. So at this point, I'm going to invite the social development grouping and then say farewell to our health and tourism. You can feel free to remain in the gallery because it has been a very informative day. I am going to stand out for 5 minutes. So if anyone needs to refresh while we're changing positions, we'll stand out for 5 minutes.
Ministry of Social Development, Education, Library, Youth, and Culture.
Recognize Dr. Bani. Dr. Lake, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, listening public. The Ministry of Social Development and Education remains steadfast in advancing government's vision of a prosperous Anguilla where every person thrives, every community rises, and every opportunity is accessible. The departments and units under this ministry include the Department of Social Development, the Department of Education, the Department of Probation, the Department of Youth and Culture, the Department of Library Services, the Gender Affairs Unit, the Education Planning Unit, and the Community Services Planning Unit. In 2006, our priorities continue to place people at the center of development, ensuring that education, social welfare, culture, and youth empowerment drive inclusive progress and shared prosperity. Through targeted investments, transformative social interventions, and strategic partnerships, the ministry is delivering programs and infrastructure that support lifelong learning, protect the vulnerable, expand cultural and creative capacity, and build resilient systems for a stronger future. Significant additional resources have been dedicated to this work, signaling government's priority to uplift people, strengthen social systems, and prepare the next generation. We seek to boost economic growth through progressive reform, to modernize festival governance and expand economic contributions of cultural events. Government has approved an additional EC $250,000 for the Anguilla Summer Festival production under grants and contributions. Additionally, EC $550,000 is allocated for the completion and outfitting of the Lansing Ball Cultural Center expansion to house the festival's office and the Department of Youth and Culture. The ministry aims to support young people. Significant capital investments include EC $12 million for the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School Development, and this includes covering the completion of the technical block and works for a sports hub at the campus. Additionally, there is $1.3 million for minor education projects such as Project Inspire and its continued rollout and upgrades, as well as monies for other furniture and equipment across the education sector. Additionally, $600,000 has been approved for teaching and learning resources to support the new primary school curriculum, alongside $296,000 for early childhood support. Additionally, the school meals program continues island-wide in our primary schools, supported by Capital Works in the amount of EC $83,700 for completion of kitchen facilities. Investing in health and mental wellness is a top priority. The 2026 budget provides EC $201,945 for the recruitment of a clinical psychologist and a substance abuse counselor. Further, $63,960 supports the expansion of the Job Link-Up program to include STEP, School to Employment Pathways, a program for school leavers with disabilities. These allocations reinforce our commitment to mental health and positive youth pathways. Digital innovation. Aligned with government's digital transformation strategy, EC $403,000 is dedicated to completing the Ministry of Education's EMIS and e-learning platform rollout. Additional digital innovations include EC $150,000 allocation for Year 2 of the Offender Electronic Monitoring System pilot project under the Department of Probation, thus enhancing rehabilitation and community safety. The government of Anguilla is investing in social and community infrastructure. The construction of the Nada Haven Juvenile Residential Center is a major priority, with $9.5 million allocated for procurement, construction, and outfitting of this purpose-built facility for our justice-involved youth. In conclusion, for 2006, the government has approved EC $2.83 million in new spending for the Ministry of Social Development and Education, 38.8% of our requested recurrent new spending, and nearly $24 million in capital investments. These allocations underscore our commitment to education, social protection, youth empowerment, and cultural development. Thank you.
Ministry 55, Program 550, Ministry of Social Development, Library and Youth and Culture. $13,724,806.
Members, the floor is now open for any questions. And I believe for those that weren't here this morning, if there are any questions that are addressed to you but can be answered by someone else, feel free to interject and turn your mic on and you can assist wherever possible. So we are at page 109 of the estimates, program 550. Members, this is the Ministry of Social Development's estimate of expenditures. I recognize Mr. Vanderpool.
Good afternoon, all. Thanks for coming. Madam Chair, my question relates to the performance indicators on 107, and it's more so just a question of clarification. I saw, for example, I know we're not there in terms of education, but for some of the estimates that are percentage-based, it specifies it relative to a number. So whether it's someone going to see a counselor 4 times, and you can make a percentage of that. As it relates to the outcome indicators, I know that these aren't yet measured, but for rate of recidivism, particularly for those like reduction in the incidence in gender-based violence, I'm just curious, how do we go about measuring this, and these percentages are relative to what?
I'll ask the PAS to answer the question with regard to recidivism.
Hi, good afternoon. There's a template that is utilized for recidivism. You consider whether or not the person has reoffended within 2 or 3 years, having completed their order or sentence. So that's how it's calculated.
No, well, thanks for that explanation. To me, the recidivism one was a bit more straightforward because you have the data of who was in the system and if they come back. My question was more so, I'm just from my own curiosity as it relates to the gender-based violence and the child abuse, for example.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking about the recidivism.
No,
Okay.
not specifically that, just the percentages.
We measure that by year, so if there's a 5% increase or decrease from the year before, which is why we don't have the figures in there yet, because when we were in November. Yeah.
Yeah. So once measured, the actual percentages will be reflected here, but is there anywhere that the public can actually find the figures, perhaps like for 2024, just to know how many incidences of gender-based violence happened last year, so we know what that 5% reduction reflects?
The information is collected by the RAPF and it's shared with our gender development coordinator, but I don't know that it's someplace where it can be publicly accessed.
Okay, thanks. I was just curious about that.
If there aren't any other questions, do you have, Mr. Richardson, questions? Okay, your mic.
Sorry. In capital, the Albino Lake Arch Comprehensive School, the 12 million is to complete the technical block, the sports hub, and solar installations in the schools. Is there a breakdown how much of each?
Yeah, I knew you were going to ask that question. And no, there's not there's not a breakdown, only because we have the allocation for the high school, and there is some fluidity between what's being used in the actual construction of the building and what may be used for the sports hub. So we don't have the figures allocated in that manner. With regard to the solar, that is something that is going to come later down in the year. So I'm not exactly sure how much will be allocated to the solar. And again, we may have to do some procurement around that. So those figures aren't steady.
The capital development fund as it relates to VVPS. I know that school was recently open, but I've seen 83,700 for completion of works. Can you just give an update as to what those works are exactly?
Yeah. So actually, we're going to try and expend that in this year's budget, because there's some retention fees associated with the construction of VVPS. So actually, we want to try and do that in this year's budget if possible. There was also some upgrades to the kitchen facilities that's also being coming out of that allocation.
The offender electronic monitoring system. I'm scratching my head to try to remember if this 150,000, is this an annual payment? This is the second, so we paid for 2025 already. This is 2026 payment that we are budgeting for.
That's correct.
Okay, so my memory is not that bad. The completion and outfitting of the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, 550,000. What all does this entail?
This is for the expansion so that we can include the festival's office and the DYC's office at the Lansing Bowl.
Is it construction or just outfitting?
A bit of both.
A bit of.
If I may just add some clarification to the member's question. The stage building will be going up on a second floor to accommodate the Department of Youth and Culture. And where the current entrance is, upstairs had a space that will be retrofitted to accommodate the festival's office.
Thank you, Minister.
And we do expect that funds from this year's capital budget underspend will be utilized because that has been reprioritized. So some will be spent this year and then the rest will be spent next year.
Chair, if I may, as it relates to the budget for the construction of the offices, which I endorse wholeheartedly, it was my understanding that $550,000 only represented the construction costs, but the outfitting costs would be separate and apart.
The outfitting costs.
Would be separate. We added costs,
Right.
Because
that's
the
like when you say outfitting, you mean like the furniture and that kind of
furniture,
stuff?
fittings,
Right. And I think
and so
that's
forth.
actually in accommodations and office accommodations. That would be in, I think, held in finance head projects or something.
Right.
In another head.
Okay, good, thanks.
Ministry 55, Program 551, Education Department, $43,681,906.
Members, these estimates are found on page 115, Program 551, Department of Education. Are there any questions?
Chair.
Proceed.
Line item 328, supplies and materials. There's an increase from 943,000 to 1.5 million. Can you give an update as to the cause for that increase?
Yeah, I think I mentioned this in sort of my introduction that we had an increase for teaching resources, particularly as it relates to the new primary school curriculum.
Teaching and learning resources across education, additional teaching and learning support resources, particularly at the primary level.
Okay, thanks. The grants and contributions has increased from 1.1 million to 1.4 million. Line item 352.
Mr. Romney, is that where they put the money for the early childhood education? So it was put under that head. We don't have a separate head for it, but we added additional funding for the early childhood educators. We're giving an additional $500 EC monthly to our early childhood educators, and the funds have been put on that head. There's not a separate line item for them.
Chair, just a follow-up question to that. This includes all of the preschools, such as Bethel and Maranatha and Prophecy, etc., right? So, as it relates to that, how do you ensure that that money reaches the teachers? Because at present, Anguilla has a minimum wage, and there's still a number of preschool teachers who are not being paid to the level of the minimum wage. So how do we ensure that even that $500 is added to their salaries?
I'm not sure I understand the question. It'll be added to their salary.
Directly
Yes.
by government?
Directly, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right. Maybe this is a labor question, so I'll
No, I was just concurring with the PS. It's a direct payment to each teacher, not the school.
Let me understand. I just want to understand this. So if I am a teacher and I'm being paid $500 at present, way below what the minimum wage is, and you pay the $500, will you know that this person is getting $1,000, or you just know that they're getting an additional $500?
We know everything. Mr. Romney provided me with a report that outlines what each teacher makes, and the report details what the teacher makes directly from their school, what they make from the Department of Education, and then this additional $500. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Romney, but based on what I saw, everyone was over the minimum wage amount now at this point.
Correct, that's correct.
I am sorry, but
With a combination of their salary from the school and government assistance. Remember, government assistance is not limited to the 500. It was right.
It was some from before, from last year. But what I'm saying is this: in speaking to preschool teachers, some of them has shown me what their salaries are. It's definitely below minimum wage. And I'm not blaming government or anybody else, right? But I'm just saying that this is occurring.
Yeah, and
this is something that needs to be followed up on, maybe by the Department of Labor. I think they were talking about labor inspectors and so forth. So maybe it is that the Department of Labor need to go to every single preschool, because I'm not going to call out those preschools that are guilty here. All right, go to every single preschool just to ensure that these persons are being paid fairly for the work that they are contributing for the development of Anguilla and the development of those students.
right. And you're correct.
Sorry, go
Sorry.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, there may have been some that were under, but this is bringing them all up to at least minimum wage.
No, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, I can only go by the figures that were provided.
Yes, I understand that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming you or holding you to account or anything like that. But what I'm saying is that, for example, my preschool, Hayden Hughes' preschool, knows that I need to pay Bonnie minimum wage, but Hayden Hughes is paying Bonnie $200 a month and presenting to the government of Anguilla a wage of $2,000 a month. So what I'm saying is that we need to find a way to ensure that these people are actually getting paid where they're supposed to be.
So what I'll commit to doing, Mr. Hughes, is I will go to each preschool myself, and I will verify with the specific teachers based on the information that we have been provided, and they can tell me whether or not that is in line with what they make. Mr. Romney?
Excellent.
Correct.
Yeah, that works.
Right.
And hopefully you can report to the House the findings.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. It's important to note as well when you're looking at the salaries for this sector, the teachers work half day, right? And that affects numeration, particularly in terms of meeting the minimum wage standard. So,
no, it doesn't affect the minimum wage standard because the minimum wage is $6 US or the EC equivalent per hour.
Right.
So you have to calculate the number of hours that person put in.
Correct.
So
correct.
that's what I'm talking about.
Correct.
Not it doesn't go below minimum wage, but it goes to the minimum wage based on the hours that are produced.
Correct.
So if you work 2 hours, you should get $12.
Correct. And what I said earlier is that standard is being met. The issue is the number of total hours worked, right? And the overall salary coming from the school. And that's where government subsidy is so important. It's an additional bump to that salary. In addition to that, that sector in terms of the workday needs to be reformed, and it's something that we are currently looking at, and we are working with the proprietors of those schools to try to come up with a compromise as to what that workday looks like. And the hope then is that we can see further improvements in remuneration going forward. So it's just not a matter of increasing salary, it's also a comprehensive reform of the how we offer pre-primary services to the community. All right.
In terms of complement of teachers, are we fully complement in primary and at high school level?
Yeah, we have a full complement at the primary level. We currently have a full complement at the secondary level as well, but that's supplemented with substitute teachers.
a number of our positions that have been unfilled since last year are still unfilled because of lack of qualified applicants. That's one major that's a major challenge. The second challenge is the salary, the remuneration given to teachers that we are recruiting from abroad. When they compare the cost of living in Anguilla, the lack of public transport, etc., they deny the offers. So we find ourselves in a situation where we are constantly re-advertising posts. And we cannot compromise the quality of teaching and learning by hiring persons who do not have the requisite qualifications and the experience to go with that at the secondary level. So we continuously try at recruiting, and if you pay attention to the government website, you'll recognize that we literally recruit year-round. We don't stop in our recruiting efforts. Okay.
And how many of those positions are still open? If you
Teaching positions currently, it's 12. Sorry, it's 11. 10 teaching positions are currently open. 2 administrative.
And just to follow on a theme that has been almost with everybody, your estimates and your actuals in terms of program performance, can we get an indicator through the chair to send them to us?
Correct, yeah, they are already prepared now, so they can be forwarded.
They can be forwarded. Okay, thanks much.
Thank you.
Chair, to the member from Road South Point, I just want to let him know that the Department of Labor is looking into the matter as well, in relation to what he said. There's an ongoing review of it as well in relation to the preschool teachers.
That includes, sorry, Chair, that includes exactly what you suggested, that they will ask the individual teachers themselves.
I don't know about their process. I can only speak to what I will do, but there is an ongoing investigation that they will do separately. So I just wanted to put that on record because they confirmed it just now.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you for that update. Any other questions as it relates to 551, Department of Education? If not, can we proceed? Program 554.
Ministry 55, Program 554, Department of Social Development, $7,151,730.
Members, the estimates appear at page 121. Are there any questions as it relates to the line items?
One question,
Okay,
Chair.
proceed.
That's in the professional and consultancy services. That there's an increase from 141,000 to 292,000.
And your question? I know what your question is, but you haven't
sorry.
asked it.
Sorry.
Dr. Lake is leading
They have been long, Madam Chair.
Your question.
Sorry, the question, can you give a reason for the increase? My apologies.
Yes, I can. Those represent the security contracts for the department. As you can imagine, we oftentimes have clients who are aggressive. We've had the windows broken there, so to give the staff some security, we've brought in a security firm, and those monies cover those contracts.
Sorry. Number of carers trained in the program performance information, 12, actual, 0. There is a reason, but can you elaborate on it a bit?
I'm sorry, where are you reading from?
Page 119.
Okay, the performance indicators. Which line item again, Mr. Richardson? I lost. Which line?
Number of carers trained, 12, actual, 0.
You're on the output indicators?
I see it.
Okay.
There was a training that was planned, and no participant showed up, and it was not rescheduled.
They did not show up?
Yeah.
And the number of foster children placed in alternate care receiving basic benefits, the estimate was 25, the actual is 16. Is it that only 16 or we didn't have no availability for the others?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Can the number of foster children placed in alternate care, estimate was 25. The actual is 16. Is it that we did not, let me see how the phrase is it that we did not have space for the additional past 16, or we only reached the 16 and that was it?
I believe currently, and Mrs. Hodge, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have currently 16 children in foster care, or 16 foster carers.
So 25 was just the estimate that we assumed, and that this is the actual.
I do know that foster care works, so I just wanted to make sure that others didn't pick up, and that was the case that we had some stranded.
No, it's certainly not to suggest that there's children out there that weren't appropriately placed.
It's just
No,
that
no, it doesn't mean
was
that.
Okay, that's it for me.
Let's proceed, Ms. Proctor.
Ministry 55, Program 557, Library Services, $1,258,499.
Members, the estimates for library services appear at page 125. Are there any questions in respect of any of the entries, the estimates?
Only in regards to the targets for the program performance. But other than that, we're good. No, just to say that we would like to get the performance indicators. Page 123, I believe.
Oh, 123. Okay, I don't know if the officer was here earlier, so I'll just recite it. You were? Okay, so just to confirm that you will receive a laundry list of things that we would want disclosed to assist, and one of those things would be to complete the performance indicators, and we'll discuss timelines offline. Is that satisfactory, Mr. Richardson?
If I can answer, it was
Sure.
completed, but I'm not quite sure why I don't see it reflected. But I do have it with me.
Okay, so we can get a copy. We'll get a copy. Okay, let's proceed if there are no other questions in respect of 557.
Ministry 55, Program 561, Department of Probation, $2,854,361.
Members, the estimates appear at page 129, Program 561, Department of Probation. Are there any questions? Observations? We can proceed.
I do have a question, Madam Chair. Sorry, I was just looking. Again, it's to do with the key performance indicators on page 127. And it's two questions in relation to the first three. One, I would have noticed that we have more persons on probation than we would have originally anticipated, but less persons on parole than we would have originally aimed for. And I was just curious as to the reasons why.
Again, these are just estimates, but there are a couple of reasons why persons are not reflected here, in the sense that they may not have applied for parole. That's the major one, in terms of, because we do get the prison list and the eligibility list quite early. So the estimates are based on those projections, but oftentimes prisoners do not apply for parole, or they're denied parole, and that would influence those numbers.
Okay, thanks. And my second question, as it relates to output indicator number 3, we have less residents at Zenada Haven, including remands, than we would have aimed for, which definitely is a good thing.
Yes.
But looking at the actual of 3, the only question I have is, I know that in 2026 we'll be investing in a new facility, and seeing that we only have 3 residents, I'm curious, what is the capacity of the facility we'll be investing in?
I do not recall that offhand, to be quite honest. We've been discussing the plans. I know that we've received from some feedback from our counterparts overseas with regards to the makeup of the rooms, for instance, in terms of isolation rooms, not pairing persons in rooms. So those are discussions that continue to be ongoing and may impact the room setup. And additionally, because we're now considering a female population also, but I can't give you that number, but I can certainly provide that information to you.
Okay, thank you.
Unless there are any other questions, I will invite Ms. Proctor to proceed with the final program, I believe, under this ministry. Yes? Okay.
Ministry 55, Program 563, Department of Youth and Culture. $5,468,316.
Members, the estimates appear at page 133. Are there any questions in respect thereof?
Yes, Chair. Line item 364, there's a decrease from 862,000 to 665,000. What does this line item represent and why the reduction?
That's for, so we'll have the Festivals Commission effective the end of this year and going into next year. So some of the funds that were usually given to festivals will now be reassigned, as the Department of Youth and Culture will no longer be the entity responsible for festivals. And so that festival related money will have to move with the commission as well.
And there's almost a double in terms of increase in terms of the wages, not the PE, the wages. But the wages are going up from 285,000 to 446,000.
With the establishment of the Lance and Bowl Center, we need additional cleaners, we need additional custodians, so those are wage workers.
Sorry, and if may I add, some of these payments on the wages, they were being placed on the professional consultancy. If you see there's a decrease there. They were the community center heads, the managers. So those funds are now moved over to wages.
Okay. So that took care of the professional consultancy, why that went down from 59,000 to 27,000.
Yeah.
Communications expense from 7,000 to 10,000. Not large, but it was steady over the years, and then there's a $3,000 jump. Communication, line 326.
Sorry, what's the question?
Why was there an increase?
Because there was a shortfall this year, so we would so that we bumped it up so that we would not run into issues next year.
What exactly this line item covers?
Telephones. Well, I shouldn't say fax. No one uses the fax anymore.
Still using the fax PS? Okay, so there was basically a shortfall in that. Okay, youth development. This question is mainly for my own. Youth development went from 243,000 to 390,000. There's an explanation as to what all that covers.
That's the STEP program. The STEP program is school to employment program, and that is the program for school leavers with disabilities. So it's an expansion of the job link up, and it's geared, that segment of it is geared specifically to young people with disabilities.
And I think you explained the grants and contributions increase being the grants and just for confirmation, the grants and contributions increases the increase for summer festival. Okay. And rental of assets have increased from 72,000 to 74,000. That's line item 336. it was steady for the last 2 years, and there's a 2000, there's a bump. The explanation?
That's just inflation. So it grew by inflation.
Rent? Just checking.
Yeah.
DYC rents.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, over there. But shouldn't there some be adjustments made? Do we expect to be in the building by the new building by the end of the year?
I hope so.
That's it for me on questions.
Okay, are there any other questions? Hearing no other questions, I think this brings us to the end of the consideration of these heads. I will invite the minister and the member to take their seats on the other side for the vote, while I thank the department, the ministry, for graciously waiting. You were delayed by an hour, but your assistance was truly appreciated. You can feel free to remain. We do have one more ministry, and also we have PS Adams that has agreed to graciously, on very short notice, update us. So after we take the vote on this head, I'll invite you to update us. Members, I put the question to you that the schedule to the Appropriation 2026 Act 2000-2025, insofar as it references program 550R, recurrent expenditure, and it references 550D, capital expenditure for the Ministry of Social Development, Education, Library, Youth, and Culture, stands part of the schedule to this bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. This now stands part of the schedule to the bill. Thank you very much. You are free to join us in the gallery if you wish, and I invite PS Adams. I was thinking while PS Adams takes her seat that I can also invite the members that are going to represent economic development. I don't think I should put her in the hot seat by herself. So you're welcome to join and wait until we start yours, because the presentation will be quite short. So I'll call upon the representatives for the Ministry of Economic Development, Industry, Commerce, Lands, and Natural Resources to also have a seat. As I indicated before the switchover, one of the common themes that came out today was in respect of the compensation review, and I thought that while we had the PS, and thank you so much for the very short notice and the opportunity to update us in a more fulsome way. It could come later, but maybe just to give us a status report on where we are now, since it came up in all of the ministries. I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone. Before I give the updates on where we are as it relates to the Public Service Compensation Review, I think it's important to take us back to the process and how it started. In July 1st, 2024, the bidding process was started via a request for proposals. 3 companies submitted bids. 1 was successful and signed a contract in April of 2025. That company, PricewaterhouseCoopers, signed their contract and began the work in May of 2025. The total contracted allotment for this work is $1.2 million, and it encompasses a review of the Anguilla Public Service pay grade, job classification, and job evaluation system, which includes salaries and other benefits, to propose a new Anguilla Public Service pay grade, job evaluation, and grading system, and pay grade with consideration for inflation and cost of living in Anguilla. It's also important to note that the statutory bodies, 8 statutory bodies, are also included in this review, and they've all been cooperative in providing their information, inclusive of the House of Assembly. So the process has begun. There are 5 phases, and we are at phase 3. We started with the inception report, which was completed in June of 2025, followed by the compensation philosophy, which was completed in August of this year. And now we are really at the crux of the matter as it relates to job classification and grading. So currently the company is working with the Department of Public Admin and the statutory bodies reviewing job descriptions. We have about 1,000 job descriptions that are currently being reviewed and classified. And next week, PwC will actually be on the ground for the validation process of that exercise. This exercise is scheduled to end, this phase of the exercise is scheduled to end at the end of November. And then the other important phase of this exercise relates to compensation and market pricing review. And that phase is going to end in January. And with everyone's assistance, we should have a completed report by the end of February. During today's discussion, there were a number of departments that raised concerns about their current salary status, where they are within the grades. And I am happy to report that all of the identified departments are a part of our benchmarking departments and jobs. So benchmarking will be those jobs that are difficult to fill and have risk attached to them. And the company is going to be looking at the market price and comparing them to areas within the overseas territories, the British overseas territories. So that is being done. So customs, immigration, prison, fire, teachers, police, and health services are all benchmarked, meaning that they're given specific attention to ensure that we capture the nuances of these roles. It is a commitment to transparency, this exercise. As everyone will note, the last time that salaries within the public service were reviewed and updated was 2008. We are 17 years in, so this is an activity that everyone is looking forward to its completion. And I think that is the short review and update as to where we are.
Thank you for that, yes. Unless you have any compelling questions, and I hope you don't, because we put her on the spot, I'd rather we maybe resolve them and route them through the clerk if we need any other specific updates, but we're very grateful for that. Thank you. Sort of preempted you to not have questions. Thank you, PS. So I will turn it over to Ms. Proctor now to work through this ministry. I believe we have our PS, Franklin, who will give us our opening statement first. Just a brief explanatory statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of my colleague civil servants sitting on this side, I thank you and the members of the House of Assembly for the opportunity to present a summary of the 2026 estimates for the Ministry of Economic Development, Industry, Commerce, Lands, Planning, Water, and Natural Resources, along with its constituent departments. This ministry aims to make Anguilla one of the most sustainable islands in the Caribbean by promoting environmental resilience, ensuring strong, reliable, and equitable trade and investment, collecting and disseminating reliable data and statistics, encouraging effective land management, and planning for sustainable and suitable infrastructure, including public facilities. The overview of the ministry's 2026 allocation. For 2026, the ministry recurrent expenditure is estimated at EC 2.78 million, and it will oversee capital projects totaling EC 55.12 million, with a strong focus on national infrastructure such as water, environmental management, sustainable development, natural resource management, and food and water security. The ministry's portfolio covers economic development, investment promotion, land and physical planning, commerce, consumer affairs, natural resource management, and water services, reflecting the government's priority of strengthening national capacity and fostering long-term resilience. The ministry itself has been allocated 2.78 million, as I said before, in 2026. The ministry recorded 27.8 years. Thanks, Minister. The ministry recorded an overall overspend for 2025. This was as a result of the ministry's new composition and the strategic review of expenditure during the transition period. A key structural change is the approval of a second principal assistant secretary, reflecting the ministry's larger, more complex mandate. The strategic objectives for 2026 includes advancing economic planning and monitoring, promoting investment and business development, strengthening food security through agriculture and fisheries initiatives, enhancing legislative and regulatory reform, strengthening consumer awareness, and promoting data-informed decision-making. The ministry aims for significant improvements, including faster business license processing, more investment inquiries and approvals, reduce non-revenue water, and clearer improvements in consumer awareness. For the Statistics Department, Head 852, this department is allocated $950,069 for 2026. There's currently authorization for 19 individuals within the department. 5 of the posts are currently filled. There are 4 vacancies, and these are being addressed in the current budget year. 7 posts exist with only a dollar amount in them, and 3 have no funding provisions. 1 new spending proposal was approved for sundry expenses to allow the department to ensure that individuals contracted to collect data for the visitor exit survey are paid within time limits and parameters of the law. This department supports evidence-based policymaking across government. The KPIs for 2026 have been outlined and extended from the 2025 budget. The Department of Natural Resources, Head 853, this department will receive $4.03 million in 2026. The department has authority for 33 positions with 25 currently filled, including 2 officers on leave without pay, one of whom is expected to return by the second quarter of next year. 4 positions remain without budgetary allocation and were therefore not submitted as new spend for 2026. Most of the underspend in this department for 2025 was linked to personnel emoluments and wages. The mission of this department is to effectively balance food production, sustainable livelihoods, ecological integrity, and climate resilience by implementing data-driven policies and legislation while promoting collaborative community involvement. As such, the priorities for 2026 for this department includes leveraging technology and data to support sustainable food production, environmental management, and climate resilience, revising the regulatory framework to enhance biosecurity, fisheries protection, and marine conservation, strengthening collaboration with private sector and community groups to achieve the above, and implementation of the Blue Belt initiatives. Lands and Surveys, Head 854. This department is allocated 2.03 million. The department has 8 vacancies and aims to fill a number of positions, namely Surveyor, Valuation Officer, Lands Information Systems Manager, and the Lands Information Systems Officer position in 2026. Savings were achieved by reducing the number of survey assistants positions. The department promotes effective land management, mapping, and the government's expanded land acquisition duties. Physical Planning, Head 855. Physical Planning will receive 1.31 million for 2026 with 6 current vacancies. A new assistant planning technician position has been approved, will be approved, hopefully, reflecting the growth in development and applications and the pressure on the planning services. Regulatory modernization remains a priority to support sustainable development and improve building standards. The Department of Water Services, Head 856. Water Services is the ministry's largest recurrent cost center with a budget of 17.64 million. Although 9 vacancies exist, the forecast indicates the department should be fully staffed by the end of 2026. Vacancies consist of the Director of Water Services, Senior Water Technician, Distribution Foreman, Water Technician Assistant, Account Officers, and Finance Administrative Assistants. Some of these positions will be filled before the end of 2025. Capital projects for 2026. The ministry oversees several of the government's most critical national projects. Of that, 9 million would be allocated to the National Water Network upgrades, expanded metering, and enhanced leak detection. 40.5 million for land acquisition for national infrastructure needs. 2.2 million for sustainable waste management improvements at Corridor. 1.7 million for modernization of agriculture and fisheries, including aquaponics and abattoir development. And 1.2 million for the development of the National Long-Term Development Plan. These investments will collectively reinforce national resilience, food security, economic competitiveness, and long-term planning capacity. For 2025, there's a minimal anticipated underspend if all the proposed activities are realized by year end. Some of the 2025 projects that are still ongoing, piloting the backyard aquaponics, Anguilla population and housing census, statistics development, agriculture and fisheries development, and water development, land acquisition. Madam Speaker, in concluding, the 2026 estimates for the Ministry of Economic Development, Industry, Commerce, Lands, Planning, Water, and Natural Resources demonstrate the government's dedication to sustainability, economic growth, and robust institutional capacity. The ministry's programs covering economic development, commerce, trade, and investment, statistical governance, lands and physical planning, Natural resource management and water distribution are a vital part of Anguilla's development path. The investments outlined set Anguilla on a path towards modern infrastructure, strong environmental stewardship, and a more resilient economy, and an improved quality of life for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, P.S. Franklin. At this time, I hate to adjourn or to stand on for a few minutes, but our IT services has been going all day and he just needs 5 minutes to reset his broadcast. So we'll stand down for, I'll say 5 minutes, but hopefully 2 minutes. Committee phase resumed. Let's proceed. The estimates for economic development begin at page 158. I will turn it over to Ms. Proctor.
Ministry 85, Program 850, Ministry of Economic Development, Industry, Commerce, Lands Planning, $2,782,634.
Are there any questions in respect of Program 850, page 158? I recognize Dr. Webster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the day has been progressing, so one question I have is I've been looking at the numbers here in terms of allowances, and I've seen some reductions. And I want to ask, is there any accommodation in any of these heads for regulation and licensing of gaming?
Remember you're referring to casino gaming? There's no recurrent estimation for that.
Thank you very much. In terms of the reductions that I see in like in allowances and some of the other expenditure, what would account for those reductions? And
yeah, that is the realignment of the department, the parliamentary secretary, and so forth. They are now placed in different ministerial portfolios.
Okay, thank you, because it does seem like it's a big ministry with additions, lands, etc. I was surprised there were these reductions, and especially we know in lands we need to have more staff.
So lands is under program head 854. So this one is just 850.
Okay, thank you.
Which is economic development.
Madam Chair, through you, if I may also just add for context, the renewable energy unit is now housed at MICU, so their allocations would have been moved to our ministry.
Okay, noted. Are there any other questions in respect of Program 850?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Proceed.
Rental of assets, 646,000, now $1. Line item 336.
I remember that allocation would have been moved to MICU.
And I think I should also interject at this point for the benefit of your grouping, because a lot would have joined later. If there are any questions that are asked that touch and concern work that you can shed clarity on, feel free to turn the mic on. There's no extra formality required. So let's not make Mr. Franklin be in the hot seat alone. If there are things that pop up touching and concerning your department, feel free to interject. Any other questions?
Line 352, grants and contributions, has gone up from 444,000 to 643,000.
So in the shift of the ministerial portfolios, monies for the chambers would have been with Ministry of Finance, that has now moved over to our ministry. So the increase is that reflection.
Chambers, you said?
Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Line item 320, local travel, from 5,000 to 12,000.
Once again, this has to do with the shift of the ministerial portfolios with the different departments over. So economic development, the staff would have been under Ministry of Finance, and they are now with our ministry. So the increase is that reflection as it relates to, you would see with the personal emoluments as well with local travel. So most of the increases were related to, I shouldn't say most, whatever increases for our ministry were related to the shift in the ministerial portfolios.
And this one went down, hosting and entertainment. That has to do with the same reasoning?
Yes, this was specifically related to protocol activities, and so that is now with the Ministry of Finance.
Professional consultancy decreased from 368,000 to 55,000.
This was also, I would dare to say, a victim of the shift in monies to the different ministries.
Just need a confirmation. And you're good.
May we proceed? Thank you. Proceed, Ms. Proctor.
Ministry 85, Program 852, Statistics, $950,069.
Members, the estimates appear at page 162.
Only to ask the Department of Statistics if their program performance information can be forwarded to the House, as I'm not seeing anything here.
Good evening, thank you. Page 162
Yes.
shows indicators. 2025 hasn't closed out as yet, but there are some 26 and 27 on my page.
Those were the targets. I just wanted the actuals compared to
25 hasn't closed out as yet, so we wouldn't have the actuals for 25.
So when they're completed, can they be forwarded to the House of Assembly? Thank you.
Madam Chair, just an observation, which I'm sure was a mistake. On page 161, the key strategies listed state for 2024. So just a correction to be noted.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that, Mr. Vanderpool. Where? Tell me again.
Page 161, the key strategies, they are listed as being for 2024.
Key strategies. It's the title that has the wrong year. Okay. You took note, Mr. Franklin? Okay. Proceed. Any other questions? Thank you for that, Mr. Vanderpool. $853.
Ministry 85, Program 853, Department of Natural Resources, $4,034,141.
Members, the estimates for Program 853 appear at page 167. Are there any questions in respect thereof? If not, I'll invite Ms. Proctor to move to Program 854.
Ministry 85, Program 854, Lands and Surveys, $2,032,641.
Just one question in terms of the establishment details, in terms of the staff and complement. According to what we have here, we've seen that staff scheduled to go downwards, but I've seen everything I've seen and heard is saying that lands and survey need more staff, but according to this, staff is scheduled to go down. From 33 to 31.
If I take that question, as it relates to the staff complement, there was also some cleaning up of the actual titles for the Pricewaterhouse review that's underway. In addition to that,
Just repeat what you just said about the cleaning up. And
in terms of the job titles, there was some tidying up that we had to do in terms of that structure. Also, in our forecast, we would have moved from, as you see in the, under the forecast, like executive assistant and cadastral quality control, those are now being restructured in our overall PE.
So you're okay with your complement of staff? You're perfectly...
No, our staff complement needs to increase, I would say, but it's more of a target group. For instance, like I mentioned, there's some of these. Let's see, there's, for instance, executive secretary, executive assistant. So some of these titles were being tidied up in this case, but there's critical need for areas in terms of the valuation section, valuers, and also in the surveying as well. And you also realize in our submission, there was one surveyor that is now, who's currently at school at university. He returns next year, and he's done at the moment as a survey assistant. So he will now be transferred to Garswell, once this is approved, to surveyor. So there's those persons who are coming in. And then in the budget as well, there's some non-graded positions that we anticipate next year to be filled as well. There's some NGs on the side that we anticipate that once the grading is done, that those will be filled as well. So does that answer your question? In addition to that as well, the office and finance manager, I'm looking at it across, sorry. The office and finance officer and land administration officer, those are not included in the post. Also, the executive assistant fills that post. So like I said, we were working with public administration and the job grading exercise, and we are trying to streamline those aspects.
Just as a quick follow-up, I know that public admin would have expressed for the 3 positions that are currently not filled due to lack of grading that will be currently wrapped up soon. Provided that this is approved and they are filled, again, just for clarity, because I know we speak to space issues within land and survey, and I'll try to see how best we can assist you through Michael. With these 3 positions being filled, does that adequately address your staffing needs? If not, what would you need in order to have the mandate of the department filled to your liking?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Minister, this complement still would not allow us to be fully equipped at the office. We would need additional, I'll say, we're heavily dependent as a government on valuations for anything from acquisitions, as general assessment, roads, whether it's land acquisition, roads, etc. We are heavily dependent on that. On that section, which also carries the mandate to conduct all our stamp duty assessments as well. And we've realized since my tenure, in tracking this aspect, our revenue has actually continued to grow year over year, subject to the natural disasters that have occurred in the COVID matters. But we would have actually, last year, we realized that our property market, in terms of real estate transactions, like the volume, we actually had close to US $132 million in terms of transactions taking place. So we saw there's a growth. Currently, this is under review as we get closer to the end of the year, but this is under review as well, and we do realize that we are performing quite well there again. But like I said, the section that is really critical is the valuation section, and that, along with the LIS surveying section, there's the 2 positions in the budget for this year, which is the LIS in short, Land Information Systems Manager and Officer. And they will be critical in terms of us continue to advance our product in terms of our GIS. So I know in general, the public calls it the colorful maps they want now instead of the black and white. So this will allow us to advance that even further in even using some AI technology in there as well, because we have that advancement, but we haven't actually been able to reach there as yet. And there's some digital dashboards that will be created as well coming out of this.
Madam Chair. So, Director, I think that we are trying to give you a platform here to, as we have asked other departments earlier in the day, what is the complement of staff that is necessary to you to be fully functional? We do know, and I don't want to give a real narrative, but we know that in terms of land acquisition for the runway expansion, other land acquisitions, including for the drag strip, the track, all these things, that you need valuation officers. And I do know that you are using retired officers and bringing them back. If you had a wish list right now, how many valuation officers do you think you would need to have a good complement to continue the great work that you've been doing?
Okay, so Madam Chair and Minister, Representative, sorry. As I make reference to the valuation section, you're quite right. We have brought back one retired officer into the service, and that section is actually down to one value at the moment, excluding the valuation officer who has come back on retirement. We currently this year we would have sent one of the staff members to undergo training. So with that being said, we're really down to 2 officers to mandate that section to complete all assessments and acquisitions. A good complement would be, at least for a start, really have between 3 or 4 officers there. One of the challenges there also would be that the lack of actual office accommodation to hold those staff members. At the moment, we are busting at our seams throughout the office. So that would be our next aspect that we would have to look at as a result of such.
Thank you.
Hearing no other questions, I invite Ms. Proctor to proceed with the program 854.
Ministry 85, program 855, physical planning, $1,310,454.
Members, program 855 appears at page 177, Department of Physical Planning. Are there any questions for the representative?
It's a small question, really. It's just about the same issue of staff complement. I remember one of the challenges you had, and I don't know if it's related to your department, but it was on inspections to ensure that persons were adhering to the plans that they had submitted for Land Development Control Committee planning. And if you had all of those persons as you had needed.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Representative. Yes, we continue to have a lot of challenges as far as staffing with our building section. It is more so as far as inspections are concerned in the building and electrical section. Every year we try to increase our staff in that section because as it is, we've got only one building inspector and only one electrical inspector, which makes it humanly impossible to do adequate inspections as we would like. As it is now, we are only able to inspect critical buildings, buildings in vulnerable areas, and institutions like, you know, the schools, the airports, and certain large developments. And but it's extremely important that we, if we were to increase our staff, we would be able to do much needed monitoring throughout the island. Of course, we're always trying to build resilience and adhere to our building code. So, but we continuously fail in getting staff in those in that area. Another critical thing is when, if anything happens, God forbid, to any of those staff members, we would really be in a bind because it's a one-man show in each of those sections.
Would you say is the biggest challenge in recruiting staff? Is it a lack of qualified persons? Is it the salary? Is it?
It's not so much us being able to. I'm sure it's the fact that the positions cut from the budget every year. If it was that we were to get those positions, I'm sure we would be able to recruit staff because it's a very technical field. We're looking for engineers, and you know, it would be a matter of, and the salaries aren't bad, you know, but it's the fact that we never get to that stage to be able to advertise to hire. But yet, you know, it's getting more and more important that we do more monitoring, we do more, and another thing is too, we're not able to issue certificate of occupancy, you know, certificates and all this. We've had to put all that on the back burner. And again, it's lack of staff, and it's a critical area. We really need to look into finding a way to filling those posts.
Battery and mic on and my battery running low too, Madam Speaker. I need some Kyle coffee. I need just to back up to statistics for if you don't mind, Madam Chair. Yes, if you don't mind.
Which page?
Program 852.
852. The Honorable Member for Road North has a question in respect of Program 852, which we had covered. It's a matter of statistics. Go ahead, ask your question.
Just to ask for an update on the census.
Thank you. As brief as I could be, we are at the component where we are looking at getting the thematic areas written. We completed the tabulations, over 500 tabulations at the end of October. Would that suffice?
When do you estimate that it will be completed?
The thematic areas, are you referring to them?
Total completion. Ready for publish, ready for the world, all the world organizations to use as.
Okay, a census is never completed. Once you do the tabulations, you want to keep looking at the tabulations until you do another data collection series, but we should have some publications by mid next year in some thematic areas. We are approaching the population growth and dynamics and life tables thematic area first. The housing will be done in office, and then the other one would be child health and disabilities. And after that, there are others.
Can you tell us what the population is? No.
As at today, no. But based on the census, it was around, the preliminary results that we would have shared with Expo was around 12,000. That's okay? Okay.
Thank you. Program 856.
Ministry 85, Program 856, Department of Water Services. $16,772,583.
Members, the estimates appear at page 180 in respect of Program 856, Department of Water Services. Questions?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Proceed.
Madam Chair, I'm going to go through these quick as a certain PS threatened me that I need to have Oka here before 5, right? PS Harden Hatch. Utilities. Every other department, their utilities have gone up. The utilities for water services have gone down by over $1 million. Care to give us an explanation?
Okay, I will.
Oh.
So we took a look at the actuals and we compared it to the budget estimate, and we realized that there was actually an underspend in the utilities under the Department of Water Services. So that's why there's a reduction.
That one? Yeah, looks like it's on. Yes, Madam Chair, just checking that there's budgetary for the payments to Anguilla, where the paying the arrears for water, is that still ongoing?
Yes, it is. That will fall under the Treasury Department.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to jump quickly to the capital.
Let me ask you, is everyone completed with any questions on page 180, the actual line items? If not, then we can go to the capital. Yes? Okay. So the capital budget begins at page 198. And Mr. Richardson has a few questions from this breakdown. Where does it begin for water? 199 at the top. Yes. Oh, no, it begins at, oh yes, 199. Go ahead, Mr. Richardson.
The National Development Plan, $1.2 million. Everybody needs some Coil coffee, look like.
It's that we were on water, but now I see you want to actually go through the ministry as a whole
Yeah, the
on their
ministry as
capital
a
budget. So some questions, officers, may come back to you even if you had already addressed them, because the capital budget comprises different departments. Go ahead, ask your question.
So going out as I have them. The National Development Plan, 1.2 million. Can you just give us a brief overview of what this plan will entail and a start date? How long to complete, and who's going to be responsible for providing this plan? Those 4 questions, I know you have them all.
Good afternoon, all. So the plan is, we are anticipating that the project would be a 24-month project. So that period would entail the time that we will take to develop our terms of reference. It's approximated to be about a 4-month period in which we would do the procurement process. So any request, the vetting, the selection of the consultant or the firm. And after that, we anticipate, hopefully, that it would be an 18-month project for the actual participatory process to develop the plan. And you asked what type of plan. Is a long-term development plan, so hopefully minimum of 20 years. And after that, we would have to do assessment of the outputs delivered by the firm, and we anticipate that may take another 2 to 4 months, and then the plan can then be rolled out and implemented.
Madam Chair, follow-up question to that, because this is not the first time we're doing a national development plan. And we did one in 1978, as you know. And even though the Sustainable Tourism Master Plan of 2010 to 2020 wasn't really a national development plan because it's a Sustainable Tourism Master Plan, it was, and for all intents and purposes, when you go through it, it was a national development plan. But one of the things that I found in the Sustainable Tourism Master Plan and in the plan of 1978 is that even though they were good long-term plans, one was a 10-year plan, one was much longer, none of them materialized because none of them had the financial wherewithal to bring them to fruition. The Sustainable Tourism Master Plan envisioned spending, government of Anguilla spending in excess of $1 billion to realize it. And not even 10% of that master plan was realized. So the question, therefore, is following the completion of this master plan, 20-year master plan, and it comes up to $2 billion, because I'm just extrapolating based on the Sustainable Tourism Master Plan. How will we be able to fund that plan? Because I know how the plans are done, because you go out to the different sectors, individuals, taxis, fishermen, farmers, etc. It's a consultation process, and you bring this information together, you collate it, and then you have your development plan. So how will you fund the plan afterwards? And this is not saying that we shouldn't do the plan, but I'm just asking, how do we fund the plan thereafter?
A component of the plan would have to be it would have to be costed, and there would have to be an investment plan associated with it. Obviously, when you have after you have the national plan, you then would have strategies and sector plans coming out of the national plan. Then we would, on an annual basis, this process of appropriation is how the ministers and representatives will go through the process of identifying what is a priority and then allocating resources to those identified areas throughout the life of the plan.
And as you can appreciate, those plans comes with a heavy infrastructure component. And Sharon, if I may, is going to need her evaluation officers and her officers to ensure that this plan comes to fruition. No, inspectors, sorry. But I'm just saying, it's billions of dollars in expenditure.
So, if I might add, as Rena would have indicated, the annual budgetary process every year is where we really allocate capital based on the capital investment plan. However, annually we update and produce a medium-term fiscal framework, which sets out over a period of 3 to 5, sometimes longer years, how we expect government fiscals to trend, revenues and expenditure. If you look at the most current fiscal framework that we have, for the period 2026 to 2030, we're anticipating $902 million worth of capital investment. Now, obviously, this will change, it'll be updated annually, but when we do our projections in terms of revenue and expenditure, as at this stage right now, we do consider that $902 million worth of investment affordable. And you will see that that far exceeds at least the current version of the capital investment plan that I saw. So we do have some fiscal space, hopefully, if all goes as expected and based on our assumptions under that fiscal framework.
Another
Okay,
question?
Mr. Richardson, you're completed with the capital budget?
No, not as
Okay,
yet,
go
Madam Chair.
ahead.
Getting there. Agriculture and fisheries. By chance, do you have a breakdown? Because we have the aquaponics sites at His Majesty's prisons in Ada Haven and White Cedar, the multi-species abattoir, the FADs, the agro-processing equipment, and planning for the fishing processing plant, totaling $1.7 million. Is there a breakdown to show us how each will be allocated?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members, and listening audience. Yes, I do have a breakdown. For the fish processing plant, we estimated that it would be $555,000 EC dollars. For the fish aggregating devices, $65,000 EC. For the aquaponics systems, $40,000 EC. And for the multi-species abattoir, $1.5 million EC.
Yeah, I have a follow-up on the fish processing plan. 550.
Wait, member.
Sorry.
The numbers were a bit fast, and I actually was going to ask her to just recite them again because Mr. Richardson is taking the notes. Did you get the notes? I was watching your pen. You want to give him the numbers again?
Sure.
Because Mr. Richardson is very keen about his numbers. So do it, and then Mr. Hughes will ask his question.
Okay, but this is what we propose. We were not successful in getting the full allocation, but I'm just giving you the estimate of what was proposed.
Okay.
So for the fish processing plant, it was $555,000 EC. For the fish aggregating devices, $65,000 EC. For the aquaponics systems, $40,000 EC. And for the multi-species abattoir, $1.5 million EC. Okay.
My question is related to the fish processing plant in the $555,000 that you would have hoped to get for the fish processing plant. Does that include constructing of a building, renting of a building, retrofitting of a building that is already existing, that is owned by government? What does that entail?
It includes retrofitting of the existing building in the forest, the Bonnie Lewis's building, and outfitting it with equipment. It does not include operational costs.
And the hydroponics of $40,000. I register memory too. $40,000 in the hydroponics. When you look at your estimates on the hydroponics, do you think that $40,000 for the hydroponic systems is enough?
No, these are aquaponic systems.
No,
So,
the aquaponics system
no, the aquaponic systems, that's the $40,000 EC. It's 3 systems, one to be installed at His Majesty's Prison, one at the White Cedar Home of Safety, and one at Zenada Haven.
Okay. So these are not going to be managed anywhere in the vicinity of the Department of Agriculture.
We're hoping to provide technical expertise and support, but the plan is to build capacity at these locations for them to manage the systems themselves.
Okay.
Just a quick question on the multi-species abattoir. A quick question on the multi-species abattoir. Is this going to be a new building constructed? And if so, have a site being identified?
Yes, it's going to be at the Department of Natural Resources, our agriculture location, towards the back near where the existing hatchery is, and it will be a new building.
Existing construction for the abattoir that was poultry abattoir, that's going to be condemned, or are you going to complete that?
That's going to be retrofitted to accommodate our agro-processing initiatives.
Water development. Here's a $9 million allocation. Care to give us a breakdown if you have it by chance?
We absolutely do have a breakdown, but these are going to be active procurements, some of which are active now. So putting a breakdown out into the public is not possible at this moment.
Okay, I think Madam Chair's making an arrangement for us to get those figures differently. So
Madam Chair didn't say she's making an arrangement. What I said before the break, and I know it's been a long day, is that if there are any matters that require us to look at where procurement is, we have to take it into consideration with what the procurement legislation says as to their obligations, and then we can make a determination. I don't know what the answer is to it, but it's something we'll explore. So most of the officers that came before Mrs. James indicated the same thing. So we're not sure. I'm not sure, but it is something that we'll have to explore based on their legal obligations and the AGs in the room. So I don't know, but we will inquire.
Madam Speaker, may I add that we will try to provide whatever information
is legally possible, right? Okay, well, that's a good way to state it. Whatever is legally permissible would be provided via the clerk. Your question, Mr. Hughes.
Yes, just Madam Chair. Can I go back to agriculture again? No, I'm just talking about animal health husbandry. I didn't see anything relating to animal husbandry and the development of animal husbandry within the agriculture department.
Just so that, because what we've been trying to do is to ensure that everyone can follow us. Would this be in relation to the natural resources line item?
Yes,
Would you want
natural
to
resources.
direct Ms. Rouse to those?
Sorry,
At page,
if I could say something, Madam
page
Chair.
167, yes?
Yeah, we're looking at the 2026 capital budget, but the animal husbandry or the livestock section, we just imported 18 sheep and goat, and that came under the 2025 capital spend.
Oh, as a capital item is what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that aspect of the animal husbandry, but in terms of animal husbandry, and this is no knock on anybody, please don't misunderstand what I'm saying, because we've gone really far back in terms of animal husbandry, because there was a time when the Department of Agriculture dealt with rabbits, ducks, geese, cows, pigs, although you should eat pork, pigs, etc. So I know that you're working on continually importing chicks, the old chicks for both broilers and eggs, and the sheep and goats, in particular the rams and so forth, to protect the genetic component here in Anguilla. But in terms of broadening the animal husbandry, if we have any plans on doing so.
Yes, sir. Those plans are being prepared by our new CVO, Dr. Reginald Thomas. So it is a part of his plan to provide some initiatives relating to expanding our animal husbandry services, as well as making sure that the multi-species abattoir, hope to God that we get it completed, is able to be fully functional by the timeline that we propose.
This is being done in conjunction with the Farmers Association?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
We still got a little bit more, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, just a little bit more. In terms of the $9 million, understood your first answer. Would you be able to provide, I know it was listed and stated by the minister in his budget presentation, that we'll be doing part of fixing up certain areas in terms of the new pipes and stuff. That $9 million or whatever part of the $9 million is going to that, what percentage of the island network, I should say, would that fix? And do you have an idea? The second part might be a little bit more difficult. I don't even know if the second part makes sense, but do you have an idea what percentage of the leaks that would stop?
Okay, so we classified it in terms of pipe size. So those two sections will cover about 40% of our 6-inch that's in the system. In terms of the leaks, that's going to be very difficult. We focused on our highest non-revenue areas from our DMAs, and it is encompassing the highest area as well as one of our most densely populated areas that is going to assist in transmission to the extents of the island by taking it off of that main transmission line.
And to follow up, how much more money would we have to look forward to in the 2027 budget to complete and get water, get the whole pipe, the whole system 100% functional, zero leaks?
So our water resiliency plan spans much longer than a 2-year span. It's actually an 8-year plan. So it will be phased over an 8-year period versus just over a 2-year period.
Thank you. The land acquisition, the 40 million for acquisition of lands for development and acquisition of the former NBA building. Is there a valuation made on that building that can be made public, that can be said here publicly, the cost of the building?
Thank you, Representative. There is, at the moment, we're still in the scouting phase of this. The valuation is due to, should I say, comments, but this is on the, we wouldn't be able to disclose that at present because we are currently starting to work on this and engage the values of such. Obviously, I would have mentioned earlier of some of our constraints in terms of our valuation section. So this is one area that we are forecasting for next year to work on. So we would have done preliminary ballpark figures to work with within our scope. The 40 million is not only the building, it also includes other acquisitions.
Have discussions been entered with whomever is the owners of this building?
Not as yet. As I mentioned, we are in the scoping phase of this, and more than likely, the valuation will be actually outsourced because of our limited capacity at the office. Will be outsourced valuation. So that's where we'll begin. We'll conduct the valuation, and then we'll begin the negotiation from there with the relevant persons or entities.
Madam Speaker, I think we may want to avoid, because of certain legal implications, we may want to avoid.
No, fully understood. That's why I asked if and what can be said here publicly. I fully understand. What percentage of that $40 million, $40.5 million, is supposed to go to other land acquisitions, other than the NBA, the former NBA building?
If I could jump in, land acquisition and land evaluation is a very complex matter, so we prefer not to go any further with this question.
So, accepted.
These are active negotiations. I think, we wouldn't want to prejudice anything that the government is negotiating. I mean, at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. So if there's something that when we adjourn, if there's something that you determine that is permissible, we will trust their undertakings to then disclose. But I have to agree.
We agreed to be on that side once.
Yes. So any other questions then? So then we should be finished now then. Any other questions, Mr. Richardson?
Dear Madam Speaker,
You're
on the
getting
last
there.
one.
You're getting
We're on the
there.
last one. The environmental management, $2.2 million. Ms. Rose is smiling. And I won't even have to ask for the breakdown because I know Ms. Rose have her breakdown ready.
Yes, I do. This is mainly for equipment that we need to purchase to meet our sustainable waste management needs, and these include a weighbridge estimated at 76,000.
Repeat.
Weighbridge. This is to weigh incoming waste so that we can understand how much tonnage we produce on an annual basis. This is estimated at $76,000. We are hoping to purchase a 40-foot container that would be retrofitted to operate as an administrative building, and that is estimated at $54,000. Some of the other equipment needs that we have include one of our dome warehouses that's estimated at $108,000, and this would be used to house the equipment, but also to house the equipment particularly for the processing of waste, so the conveyor belts, the shredders, that type of thing. We also need a wheel loader estimated at $151,000. A multi-purpose shredder that would be able to shred both, tires, wood, and plastic, estimated at $135,000. A baler, which would be used to compact the material and ready to export if that's what we so desire, estimated at $174,000. 5 20 cubic meter holding bins that will be used to temporarily store the material until it's ready to be processed, estimated at $36,250. And our surveillance system that we estimate would cost about $60,000. This does not complete our equipment needs, but there is scope for us to get support from our partners in the region, our French and Dutch-speaking partners, particularly for equipment relating to wastewater management, leachate control, and incineration.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just want a quick question on the Madam Chair. I just want a question quickly on the father food container. You see the father food container is $56,000?
54,000.
54,000.
Retrofitted, fully retrofitted.
That was a good point to clarify because it sounded like a 40-foot empty container for 56. Now it's retrofitted. Thank you for that information. No, I was teasing about the time. If you have more questions, it is important. You can let me know. If not, I think we are there.
I would say this, though, Madam Chair, and this. Thank you guys for staying here to be the last. You look as tired as I do, so thank you for keeping us company.
Mr. Richardson, you're giving a vote of thanks?
No.
Or you're asking a question?
No, Madam Chair, I was making a general observation.
Yes.
Because even going through afterwards, or even sometimes members of the public have been paying attention.
Yes.
Some questions have been sent in way after.
Yes.
So.
Well, we always have room to come back. I mean, the officers were brought in accordance with rules.
That's the point I was making, Madam Chair.
That's fine. So unless there are any further questions, I will turn it back to Ms. Proctor.
Clauses 1 to 4.
I put the question to you that clauses 1 to 4 of the appropriation 20. Let's do the department first. Yeah, let's do the department first so we can disband the group. So at this time, I will invite our minister to rejoin. I will ask for our officers to just hold for us to just vote on their branch. And then I know Ms. Proctor is anxious to take the vote on the entire bill, but we will get there. Ms. Proctor, we are at economic development. Okay, so I put the question to your members that the program number 850R, Ministry of Economic Development, Industry, Commerce, Lands, Planning, Water, and Natural Resources in the 2026 estimates, and program entry 850D, capital expenses as set forth, stand as part of the schedule to this bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. This now stands part of the bill. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for taking your time. You were the last, but at least you had the benefit of seeing how the morning progressed. We look forward to other times when we can also receive information that has been very helpful, not only to the members, but to the public. I want to say to the members before I ask you to switch over so we can vote on the bill that it seems like when we sit on the same side, we actually want the same thing. We all do want the same thing, so thank you. Maybe sometimes I'll put them all on the same side sometimes. Let's stand up for 2 minutes just to switch, but you're dismissed. We can vote on. House resumes its sitting. I invite the honorable member for Sandy Hill to report as it relates to the committee.
Clauses 1 to 4.
I put the question to the floor that clauses 1 to 4 in the Appropriation 2026 Act 2025 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
The title and the enacting clause.
I put the question that the title and enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. And let's put the entire schedule, even though we went through line by line. So I put the question to you that the schedule as presented today also forms part of this bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the member for Sandy Hill to report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to beg to report that the bill entitled A Bill for Appropriation 2026 Act 2025 has passed through committee without amendment and is ready for its third reading.
The Appropriation 2026 Act 2025, third reading.
I invite the member for Sandy Hill to move a motion that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Bill for Appropriation 2026 Act 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Seconder.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for Appropriation 2026 Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the services of the government of Anguilla for the financial year ending the 31st day of December 2026.
I declare that the bill has been read a third time and passed through this House and is to be declared a Bill for Appropriation 2026 Act 2025. Congratulations to both sides for your efficient and effective work in passing this through the House. Are there any other orders of the day?
Private members' bills, none. Private bills, none. Other orders of the day.
I recognize the honorable member for Sandy Hill.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the members of the public service who came out today. They were here from very early this morning. Some are still here in the gallery. I would like to thank the technocrats and also the permanent secretaries, the principal assistant secretaries, and all of the department heads. I also want to especially thank the members of government, the ministers, as well as the members of opposition. And I think that we can all agree that the format that was taken for today in the committee stage was an excellent format, and we would want to have that continued in the future. And thank you, Madam Speaker, to you and the members of the staff, the clerk, and all of those persons who have joined us today. Today was tedious, but it was very interesting. If you paid attention to all of the issues and the questions and concerns that were raised, I think that the public would have been enlightened as a result of today's proceedings. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Road South.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I think that regardless of what we consider rancor back and forth, I think this is unprecedented where a budget would be presented to the House and have a unanimous vote. I've never in my historical files known that a budget was supported unanimously across both aisles of the House. But Madam Speaker, I also rise to the to ask if you could remember the family of Orlando Ames, who unfortunately passed a couple of days ago. He worked here in Anguilla for a number of years and worked at the governor's office. And even though we didn't always see eye to eye, and I think others may agree to that, we would like to recognize the fact that he served and he lived in Anguilla for a number of years and he has passed on.
I recognize.
Ames Lewis. Yes, sir.
I recognize the honorable member for Road North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise to give congratulations to the entire House. I was telling Mr. Proctor in the back, The Tuesday, I was a politician. Today, I was a parliamentarian. I enjoyed today a lot more than I enjoyed Monday and Tuesday. Didn't it? But, you know, in everything we have to do, we have to, especially us as parliamentarians, we have to remember that we serve the public of Anguilla. And I think as the 11 elected officials, we all want to see a better Anguilla. We might have different views on how we get here, but we definitely want to see a better Anguilla. And today was one of those days where it shows that the house can work in unity. We will come back here and there will be our rancor back and forth. But it's good to show the general public, one, that we can work together, and two, to give the general public an insight as to how their money is being spent. I have said before, the money that's in the budget is not AUF money, it's not EPM money, it's the people's money, because it's our people who pay into taxes and the services are to please them. Whichever side of the aisle is controlling the purse at that time, they're just a signatory on the people of Anguilla's account. So today was a good day. If I can quote Ice Cube, today was a good day. Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I also want to pass on condolences to the family of Orlando. And I also want to share some condolences to a few families. The family of Neville Finley was laid to rest last Saturday. I had the pleasure of working with him for quite a few years at my former employer, National Trucking, and at the risk of offending some persons, probably the best heavy equipment operator I've ever seen with my two own eyes, and that's not to throw shade at nobody, but he was really that good. But he was laid to rest last Saturday, and I want to just publicly offer my condolences to his family. I also want to offer condolences to the family of Alan Gomes, Talbot, Teacher, from North Hill. Madam Speaker, growing up, there was two persons as a young athlete I really saw as how you should be conducting yourself as an athlete getting older. And unfortunately, now both of them has passed on. Rat, Ruben, man was fit from the time I know myself up until the day he passed. And Alan, I remember being a young baller back in the days when we were still playing on dot courts, playing with him. We actually called him the veteran at that time because he was so much older than many of us younger players, but he was just also a veteran in guiding us. And even when my days of coaching basketball, when I'd be down there on the court training the youngsters, he came, gave a word of encouragement, then walked his laps around the court. And I shared a special bond because I played basketball with his son, CG, maybe from time CG was 17, 18. I shared a special bond with him. And there are certain deaths that hit you, and then there are certain ones that hit you, you know. And the passing of Alan is one that hit me. So I just want to offer condolences publicly to his entire family. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Member for West End.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise to offer condolences to the family of Orlando Ames Lewis. He would have been someone that obviously worked here in Anguilla out of the governor's office, and to some would be a household name, but someone who died last night, a gentleman from Long Bay, Stenett Lake. Not many people outside of West End, Long Bay would know him, but if you live in the area, you would, because quite often when you needed a volunteer to do some community work, he was one of those people. I actually went to his house last night, Madam Speaker, but I didn't want to see him. I didn't want to see him because he was suffering from cancer. He came back from Colombia, went to hospital, but then they sent him home. So the fact is, they said they couldn't do anything for him. I must applaud his older brother, Stanford, Jacob. Most people know him as Stanford, because he was pretty much looking after his younger brother, who happens to be 60, like he was a child again. and I applaud him for those efforts. Last night I saw a message from him about 9 o'clock. I didn't play the message because I was afraid what it would say. And just as I thought, when I listened to it this morning, that was it. So again, he's a loss. Alan Gums, who from North Hill. I knew him mainly because of a great bond he had with Stephen Hughes from Long Bay, and Chetty Richardson. Again, these tough guys, you thought that they could handle anything, but they too, they did not want to see him suffer. So today we talked about health in our budget. Is it enough money? And the challenges that are faced, we don't have enough nurses or doctors, but it affects all of us, Madam Speaker. And again, as I said, is that wherever we can support the health service and the health care workers, we need to do that, because we're not sure when it is a direct family member of ours. So to anybody who's lost a loved one, again, I would say my condolences. But I'll end on a good note. I'm very proud of my Premier. The fact that something has happened under her tenure in her first year, within her first year, that brought a government together. And government is not just the 8 on this side, but the 3 on the other side. And it's a shame that we act like actors sometimes, when we pretend that, in fact, we know we should be doing what's best for our people. So we could get our message across without being horrible to each other. So Madam Speaker, I thank you so much for that. And again, to my colleagues on the other side, thanks for your interaction today.
I recognize the Honorable Jose Vanderpool.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the day has been long and well spent, so I'll be brief with my remarks. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate our Premier on her first of many successful budget addresses. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to commend yourself, the clerk, and all of the staff at the House of Assembly, not only for the way you've executed the past few days' proceedings, but for the enhancement in the committee stage, which I'm sure everyone will agree has added value not only to us as members, but more importantly, to the people of Anguilla. I join my colleagues in giving condolences to all of those who would have lost loved ones in recent times. We will think of them and cherish and honor their memories. And finally, Madam Speaker, I just want to extend well wishes to the representative from District 1 and his family. We'll be keeping you and your family in our thoughts and prayers, as we know you go through a tough time this weekend. All the best to you and your family.
Recognize Honorable Member Kyle Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been a long day, and it is good for us to end on such a civil note, because the last 2 days, we would have had a lot of debate. And sometimes a lot is lost in the debate because it's not as focused as it should be. But I must say that this process that you have brought us to, where we sit down on the same side and we go across the aisle and we go through our budgets or our ministries line by line, department by department. And this is all recorded, so it's good to even go back to review from time to time. And I'm sure the general public would have a good appreciation for what took place today. So I want to commend you, Madam Speaker, for this decision you made to bring us to this point, and thank the Premier for bringing us through our first budget. Madam Speaker, I just want to thank my PS and everyone in my ministry, the PS and all the department heads and all of the other civil servants for the hard work that they have been doing in our ministry. It's a really big ministry. It's a ministry that demands a lot from the directors, especially because those are the ones on the ground. Those are the ones that face the public on a daily basis. And I want to just single out them, Mr. Hodge, Leslie Hodge from Lands, Mrs. Sharon Roberts from Planning. And then we go over to the director of the Chief Natural Resource Officer. That's a new position, Carencia Rouse. moving on from environment over to being the Chief Natural Resource Officer. And she has been doing a lot of work with the environment and fisheries and agriculture. And I want to also congratulate Ms. Teleka Mussington for joining the team over at Water. There's a lot of work to do. I'm sure she got a baptism by fire because water is not in its right place. So, Madam Speaker, I have a really good ministry. There's good synergy. And I really want to extend appreciation to the entire team at the Water Department, at Lands and Surveys Planning, Department of Natural Resources. And we would have just lost Kathy. She retired. And, you know, she has given 20 years, a young lady, given 20 years of her service. So she has gone on to better things. And I wish her much success. And I know coming up next to leave would be Mr. William Vanterpool. He is nearing his retirement. He's supposed to be leaving next year. And he would have put in some 40 years in the service. And I want to thank him way in advance for all the years and his hard work that he would have put in the service. 16 of those years he would have spent at agriculture. So a lot is happening, a lot of moving parts in our ministry, and I just want to say thanks and appreciation to everyone. We also had the addition of the Chief Veterinary Officer some time ago before we got into office, and he has been a tremendous value to the team. So, Madam Speaker, thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you, Member. Recognize Honorable Member for Valley North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to take this opportunity to thank my entire team in the Ministry of Social Development, Youth and Culture, Education, Library Services, Probation, for all of their hard work in this entire budgetary process. I know we've been going back and forth in relation to our budgets since about June, July. So quite a lot of work has been put in terms of submissions, taking out stuff, restructuring, and I'm very grateful for that. I especially want to thank my permanent secretary, Mrs. Bonnie Richardson Lake. This will actually be her last budget period with us because she officially retires next year. So I want to thank her for her continued support throughout my transition and into my first budgetary exercise and experience. And I am forever grateful for all the support that she's provided through this transition. And I wish her the very best when that time comes. She will certainly be missed during this budgetary process and period. I wish to also thank the PS of Finance for all of their hard work and the support they continue to give my ministry. We are in the process of forming a statutory body. It's been a while since a statutory body was formed in government. So there are some kinks that are still being worked out, and we continue to do that. But I'm very grateful for the support of, like I said, my PS and the PS Finance in taking us through that process. So again, I want to commend all the public servants for all of their support, and I ask for them to have a renewed sense of purpose in 2026. We have an ambitious budget, and it's going to take all of us working together collectively to get it done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. May I invite the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill to move for the adjournment? I'm sorry, I recognize the Honorable Single Island White Member, Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also would like to stand to just congratulate, of course, our Premier for this budget, and also congratulate myself because it's my first time through this budget process. But also like to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, for the approaches that you have decided to go forward with. And I'm sure I'm new to this house, but I'm sure based on what others have mentioned, it has made a difference for them, and supposedly it will make a difference in me as well. I also like to congratulate and thank the staff of this house, because thanks to them for preparing the area for us to be able to attend this house and to successfully deliver the way we deliver. It's a mean of appreciation for them, and just ask God to continue to bless them. Yeah. And also, I would like to congratulate all the elected members of this house for obviously their participation and their presentations. And especially today, they didn't really felt like we were trying to rip each other apart from side to side, but it felt like if we were in a classroom, we were just trying to share information so that the people of Anguilla will understand how the money is being spent. And want to just put on record my appreciation for the member for Road South and Road North for their observation while we were being questioned on the other side in terms of support. Really appreciated that. And also I'd like to join all members with the condolences for the members that, the family of the members that have passed. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Are there any other contributions? Or I'll invite the honorable member to move for the adjournment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise to beg the adjournment, I just want to remind this honorable House and the public that on Saturday, the Minister of Economic Development, Honorable Kyle Hodge, and I leave Anguilla to attend the Joint Ministerial Conference in the UK. And so we will not be present at the next sitting of the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. With that, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this honorable House be adjourned until Tuesday, 25th November at 10 a.m.
Seconder?
Madam Speaker, I raise a second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that this honorable House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 25th of November, 10 a.m. All in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it. This House stands adjourned.